Stadium. I'm super pumped for it. You are currently listening to Hank Ambrose. I am joined with Rob Jones. Rob, how you doing today?
I'm doing real well. We've got an interesting dichotomy here in dynamic. 2 times these teams now have met, this being the second time, as this year a little different with the schedule because of COVID, and the Tritons won the first matchup with ease at Ellsworth earlier in the season. They're looking for the season sweep today, what would be an important season sweep in conference play and important in in-state recruiting, Hank.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I'll tell you what, a major difference, of course, in this game is, of course, the Tritons are going to be home, but also Ellsworth was still looking for their starting quarterback, and boy, did I tell you, Kevin Lukowitz put on a show just a week ago, throwing over for almost 250 passing yards. They finally found their guy. The Tritons didn't go up against him there, but maybe there's going to be a little bit of a score change in this one, Rob.
Yeah, and last week was an Ellsworth win against Southern Shreveport, so they've got a little momentum here.
There's a little pooch kick right up there for the Tritons. Going to be fielded good, just fine, and going to truck it down that around to about the 40-yard line there on the Triton side.
Good field position to start here. They're going to say officially the 38, so pretty good field position for the Triton offense. I think it's important after 2 losses for the Tritons to come out and gain some momentum early and get the offense rolling, move the football here in the early going.
That's right. I mean, we saw early on with Snow College, their defense came to play right away, but their offense, they struggled a little bit. They were terrible field position to start them off each time, so it's a nice fresh start to see them on the 38-yard line. And we're going to be running with Byron Jarrett starting at quarterback. It's been a while since we've seen him in at starter, so let's see what he can do today, Rob. It's going to be a handoff early on to Washington, I believe. Going to be stopped in the backfield there.
Nowhere to go there. It's a 4-man front from Ellsworth, and they shifted at the last minute over to their left, Triton's right, and that's where that play went. So that tells me that there was some indicator in how the offensive line maybe was lined up or how the formation was lined up for the Ellsworth defense to read that play.
Here we go now in the shotgun here. Byron looking. It looks like it's going to be another handoff to Jaden Washington. Washington to rumble, stumble, and get all the way to the near 50-yard line. That was a nice pickup of a few yards that they missed.
It was a zone handoff there to the left side of the offensive line, and the offensive line a good job of coming off the ball there and opening up the hole. Of course, there's 3 Tritons on that line now that have committed to play at the D1 level next year, Jacob Bradford, Anthony Berry, and Richard Rodriguez, and they opened the hole there.
3rd and 2 will be your goal to go. Here we go now. Going to be a handoff that time. 3 straight handoffs here, Rob.
Yeah, they're trying to establish the run, and we're going to see here. They're going to mark that just short of the first down, so it'll bring up 4th down. Let's see if the Tritons stay on the field and go for it here. I think they will.
Yeah, send a message to Ellsworth right away to say that we're not fooling around. I like this call by Coach Montalto.
It's going to be 4th and a short 2 here.
Going to have 3 in the backfield, 2 out right, and 1 all the way to the left here. Going to be a 4th handoff to Washington. Washington to put his shoulder down and run in for the first down. So he'll be down at about the 45-yard line. The Tritons are moving the ball, Rob.
Yeah, they're moving it there. The offensive line getting a good push here. Let's see if they stick with the run or maybe mix in an RPO here.
Man in motion here. Going to be dropped back to pass, looking like it was supposed to be a little short slant. Going to hold on to it for a while. He's got some time, and it's going to be completed catch over to Madison Ridgeway.
Good job by the offensive line to build the pocket. Jarrett had good protection, good time, able to deliver that one to Ridgeway, the Air Force transfer.
Yeah, Ridgeway, he usually starts off a little colder, maybe dropping the first pass, but there he made it sure to secure that pass for about 9 yards. 2nd and 1.
Press man coverage by the corners for Ellsworth.
It's going to be a high snap here, looking a little longer, mid-range, out to our guy. Looks like there's going to be a flag thrown.
Yeah, that's an easy call to make there.
I believe that's going to be going against Elijah Smith, the defensive back for Ellsworth. He's a smaller guy, so, I mean, maybe he just wanted to give up just the 15 and rather a much longer, about 20 yards. Let's see the call here. Ref's still talking it out. Looking like it's going to be interference.
Yeah, it's a pretty easy call to make. There's 24. Darian Simon had his hands all over the receiver before the ball got there.
Byron, he's going to motion out. Washington now, he's going to fake right, and he's going to keep it himself, calling his own number. Going to run for a few yards there, looking like about a 5-yard gain.
And for those of you who are longtime football fans like myself, that is an element of the old misdirection option offense where you send a man out, you look in that direction, and then you go opposite with the quarterback draw. A little new age spin on an old school concept. And now we see Brady Pope coming in at quarterback here.
A little switcheroo here. I mean, I liked what Jarrett was doing so far, but maybe coach is seeing something else. We're going to have 2 in the backfield now. Washington gets the ball. He's going to fight forward for just a few yards. It's not going to really move the chain a whole lot. Let's see it official. I liked what they're doing early on with using a blocking back in there. It seemed like it was working out for him well.
Now they bring Jarrett back in here on 3rd and 4. You may see Jarrett keep it here. 6'3", 240-pound quarterback gives you that element of being able to be a bruising runner.
We also got Bodie in the game for the second time. Haven't seen his number called yet. It's going to be a handoff to Dalen Bodie. Bodie's going to run for it. Oh, he's going to pick up just a few, looking like 2 yards. But a flag was called back there.
It's on the back side of the play, and given where it was thrown, I'd have to say illegal block or a hold on the left side of the line there.
Maybe offensive lineman Richard Rodriguez on the call. Looks like offensive line coach talking to him there.
Yep, chop block.
So Richard Rodriguez and Anthony Berry, number 70 and number 75, got called for the Tritons there.
And to explain that call, what a chop block is when a defender's engaged in a block up top, another offensive player cannot then block him below the waist. That gets you the chop block call there.
We're looking at trips off to the right, empty backfield for Byron Jarrett. Going to try to call a man off sides. He jumped, it looked like, but the official missed it.
He got back in from the neutral zone. They'll allow you to get back there. 3rd and long. And there's going to be a timeout on the field here. Looks like the Tritons are going to talk it over.
Tell you what, the Tritons are doing a fine job at keeping Ellsworth on their toes, but now they're backed up with a 3rd and long opportunity. It's not really in favor of the Tritons, but we've seen them convert a 2nd and 12. Now this is looking like a 3rd and 17 about, so it's looking a little rough for the Tritons right now,
officially Rob. A 3rd and 19, so there's not a lot in the playbook for this. You can look at this as kind of 2-down territory here, though. You don't have to get all the 19 on the 1st down here. You can get maybe half of it or whatever in the intermediate route, and then you can look and decide what you want to do on 4th down. This has been a pretty impressive, methodical drive here for Iowa Central. Now it's taken about 4 minutes off the clock and going to be the 8th play of the drive upcoming here. So we'll see if they can keep the drive alive. You never want to get behind the sticks with the penalties, and that's where now they've got to deal with that situation.
It's real important to get on the board early here. If they just kind of go a little something shorter, they can for sure kick a field goal with Swigman.
It looks like we got a reset of the play clock here. 10:43 left, no score. Opening drive of the ball game.
Doubles each side now. Washington in the backfield. It's going to be a pass. He's looking. He's going to go long. He's going to hit his man. It's going to be well advanced to the 1st down. He's going to be on the inside of the 5-yard line. Excuse me.
Yep, going to be in a red zone now. And I tell you what, they really Jarrett put something on that one. That was a rope out there in the seam.
Looking like we're going to go back to that blocking back formation there. In the shotgun, Byron will look. He's going to motion a man out, and it's going to be another pass. Looking short here. He's going to rumble out to the left now, and he's going to throw. Just going to miss his mark there as it just popped out of the hands of his target.
Pretty good coverage by the Ellsworth secondary there. Not a whole lot. Jarrett tried to force that one. And that's one of the issues that Jarrett has had is with turnovers and maybe forcing things that are not there. Nothing was there. You got to throw that one through the back of the end zone and go to your next play here. And let's see if the Tritons trying to get physical with the run game here on this second down and goal.
That was Jonathan Forson that came around with the slot cornerback drop there. Jaden Washington to get in, and he's going to score for the Iowa Central Tritons. A simple handoff does it, and that'll put the Tritons on the board for 6. I mean, just go back to what was working all throughout that whole drive there, Rob, and the Tritons punched it into the goal line that time. Way
That's
to go.
A 10-play drive that went 62 yards. And took 4 minutes and 55 seconds. Jaden Washington with a 5-yard touchdown run to cap it off.
The PAT will be good. Tritons looking mighty fine to start it off. Haven't seen a whole lot of winning from this Triton squad as of lately, so it's good to see him get on the board and take the lead early on.
Well, Hank, as they would say where I come from, cooking with Crisco in the early going for the Tritons here, and that's the way that you ride it up if you're Jesse Montalto and the coaching staff. Take the opening kick, drive the field, and punch it in, get up early. We talked about the early momentum being important in this one. The Tritons have it right now.
Exactly, and I got to sit down and talk to Coach Montalto earlier in this week, and he talked about the run game, really good times of last week and the bad times prior to that. Dalen Bodie, he put on a show just a week ago, couldn't really get Washington involved to what they wanted, but now they're out here and doing exactly what they can do to get Washington the ball, feed them, and let them score.
Well, last week was a little bit different animal with Snow College and how good they are defensively, especially against the run here. And that's no disrespect to Ellsworth, but there are very few teams that are built like Snow is defensively.
Kickoff now. It's going to be a long ball. It will be received now, and here it comes. Going to make a move out to the right. He's going to avoid one tackler, and he's going to make his way to the 33-yard line on the Ellsworth side. And I believe that was the defensive back, Jaden Williams, on return there, number 33.
See the Triton defense for the first time. Have been some different pieces. Kingston McKinstry got hurt earlier in the year. We have not seen him back in the lineup throughout the season. We've seen Major Adams was out last week. Not Major Adams, Major Williams was out last week. So the secondary's kind of been shuffled here. Deontay Nelson's done a good job since taking over as a starter earlier in the year.
And it's going to be a handoff early to Jerome Early. Number 7, the running back for them. Plays a really good halfback role, not just a running back, but he receives a lot of balls. And now this Ellsworth team, like I said earlier, they've found their quarterback, Kevin Lukowitz. And he's a really good gunslinger back there. He threw for nearly 250 yards just a week ago. Let's see what he can.
Big guy, too, about 6'4", 6'5", prototypical quarterback body. Ellsworth's had some trouble running the ball. Let's see if they try to establish that here early.
It's going to be a pass. Going to go short there. Curl route that time.
That's going to be a first down. Nelson was given a lot of cover, a lot of cushion on the coverage there, and they were able to take advantage of it.
It's going to be a first down now. Ball on the 44-yard line. Lukowitz back there. He's got a running back just behind him. Shotgun. He's going to look right. He's going to throw right. Just going to be an out route out there. That was sent out to Malcolm Gilly.
What they're doing is they're taking what's in front of them. If they see the cushion on the corners and the corners playing back, they're going to try to take that underneath route, and they did that again there. There's a little laundry on the field. over on the far side.
Picking it up there, no foul on the play, just to repeat it for you. And they will roll with 2nd down and 1.
On the Triton side of the field now is Ellsworth trying to answer after the Tritons opened the game with a touchdown drive.
Lukowitz, he's going to hand it off this time. He's going to run for it, and he's going to be stopped in his tracks. Looks like he's going to be short of the 1st down that time. Jerome Early, once again, gets his 2nd handoff of the game. Can't make anything with his utensils at there.
20 made the stop. That's E.J. Perry coming up out of the defensive backfield to react to the run. Did a good job of coming up and making a tackle. 3rd down and about 3 here.
In the shotgun here. Doubles each side. Lukowitz will get the snap. Going to roll out left. He will fire, and he's going to hit his target for a 1st down.
Yeah, he's confident with that underneath throw there, and what they're doing is basically not going through the progressions. They're locking in on the underneath route on each side, seeing what's open, taking it. So let's see if the Tritons adjust and try to maybe press up a little bit more on the corners.
That was Jeremy Williams that time to receive that one. That'll be a 1st down and on the 49-yard line. Lukowitz is going to get the snap, and he's going to hand it off to Early. Early make a move to get a guy to miss, and a flag will be thrown in the backfield.
And that's a great open field tackle on the far side by 16, Ahmad Glass. It's a hold against Ellsworth, going to march it back here.
Number 79, Javiz Garnett on the hold there. That'll bring it back to 1st and 15, I believe, here.
This is going to be the 8th play of this drive here. Ellsworth has moved the football pretty nicely. Let's see if the Tritons can get a stop now. They've got them backed up behind the chains.
And on the Tritons' 8th play, they were in scoring position, so it looks like the Tritons team is a lot favored in this one. Early on here, Lukowitz gets the call. We're going to see a doubles formation. Here comes a snap and the handoff to Early. Early will try to truck his man, but he's not going to get a lot done there, as Tristan Waugh will make the tackle that time for the Tritons. And that'll bring it to a 2nd and 17.
Clock winding at 6.5 minutes to go here in the 1st quarter. Tritons up 7-0.
We'll see a shotgun formation. Tight ends are in the set here. It's going to be, oh, here comes some pressure now. He's going to run off to the left, avoid a sack there. He's going to make it back to where the ball originally started and maybe even get a yard from it. Here comes a 3rd and 16 now. Lukowitz doing a good job at just looking around in the pocket to make sure that he's got no pressure. He noticed
saw the pressure coming, and he was able to try to get to the outside, but that was a good job of pursuit by the Triton defense there. I believe Bryant Barrier brought him down.
Here we go now. 3rd and 15 here. Got 5 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in the 1st quarter. Lukowitz will get the pass, dropping back here. He's going to have to step up again, and he's on the run, trying to make a man miss there, but he's not going to get much of it. The ball got coughed up right at the end there, but he will be called down due to contact.
21, Deontay Nelson on the stop there to bring him down short of the 1st down. That's going to bring up 4th here. It looks like they're going to leave the offense on the field and go for it as Ellsworth here.
That'll bring it to a 4th and 9 here. Clock ticking, and it's still going about at the 5-minute mark now.
Biggest play of the game for the Triton defense here.
This is big time. This could be just a call to try to make a man jump off sides here. See what it is. And they will snap it. Back to pass now, and the pressure is too much for this Ellsworth offensive line, and in will go a sack. And that's going to be number 17, Malik Adams. He had his number called quite a bit just a week ago, and he gets a sack early on in the first quarter. Way to go, Malik Adams.
Ahmad Glass was in there with him after the initial hit as well. There's a Ellsworth player down on the field here around midfield. And there was a low snap there, and with the blitz coming, there was just nothing for Lukowitz to do with that low snap. But Triton defense able to come up with a big turnover on downs.
And the clock will be stopped. 4 minutes and 48 seconds remaining now, and it'll be on the Ellsworth 48-yard line. So the Tritons in another good position on the other side of the half to score once again.
And the Ellsworth training staff, along with the Iowa Central training staff on the field, they're tending to the injured player. That's looks to be Cameron Jackson, I believe. Don't quote me on that, but I think that's who that is down as they tend to him. And looks like a lower leg injury of some sort here.
Teammates are going to have to help him up there.
They're going to help him off the field. And we hope that that's nothing serious and he's able to get back as soon as possible. Triton offense now on the field here. Hank looking to capitalize on some momentum after their opening drive ended in a touchdown.
And they're going to stick with Byron Jarrett in the backfield here. It's going to be an empty set. Trips off to the right there. And it's going to be nice if they can just play it short here. I mean, there's no sense in going long, but you never know. Man in motion now. That's going to be the guy that was playing
double
blocking
pass.
back. Double pass now. Here it comes.
Got it.
Got it to go. Double pass. Way to go. That was Jace Levy that threw that ball. And, wow, that was a really accurate ball. I guess I'm not familiar. He must have done some time playing quarterback back in high school because that had some air under it, had a nice spiral, and that will score for the Tritons, making it go to 13-0 early on with 4 minutes and 40 seconds remaining.
And on our roster, we don't have number 1 because the Tritons are actually in their road uniforms today, but I believe that's Desna Washington, number 1. I could be wrong on that, but I believe that's true, and that's who made the touchdown catch there was number 1, and I believe that's Desna Washington.
So way to go early on for the Tritons. They've been hungry. I tell you what, Rob, I mean, these last few weeks, they've succumbed to some losses. They come out here at their home field, and they're going to take it to them early. 14-0 with 4 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in the first quarter. I mean, it's just pure dominance early on.
Well, and the Tritons dominated the first game, allowing just 6 points against Ellsworth and blew them out, kind of routed them in that game. And they're looking to pick up where they left off here in this one. As they sit at 14-0, couldn't have scripted a better start for Iowa Central here.
Ellsworth, you got to make sure that you're going to be ready to go and fire off early because so far there's not been a whole lot of answers. Had some few good short passes going well for him, but otherwise I haven't seen enough mojo from their side to really see them with a victory today.
Yeah, they're going to have to get something going here to try to stay in the game. A beautifully executed double pass play, those you mentioned there. Levy made the throw, and that was one where once they made the pass and you saw the guy going long, it was one easy to read as far as what they were trying to do, and were able to execute it.
Swigman now to kick off. High fly ball will go out to their backfield now. Be hauled in by number 4. He will take it out to the near 20-yard line, and he will be just stopped there. Jeremy Williams.
That was a nice play by E.J. Perry on the coverage team, hustling all the way down makes the open field tackle.
Perry with the special teams play for the Tritons.
They'll be stopped up there on the 21-yard line on Ellsworth's side. 4 minutes and 36 seconds remain now. Lukowitz got the play. He's going to go over to his huddle now. Let's see what it'll be called here.
Ellsworth will start on their own 21.
Looking at shotgun formation, doubles to the left. Also got a tight end in the formation, but a handoff for Early. Early will take it, spin move, and he'll get it to about 3 yards, but a flag in the backfield. Maybe a hold or something against the offensive lineman once again here. Let's see the call. That was Devi Martinez that held that time for Ellsworth. That'll bring him back 10 yards. And now they are in a really poor situation, but Tritons are licking their chops now because they're back to maybe score another 2 points here. Possible safety opportunity if they get a sack or two.
Well, if you just get a 3 and out, you're going to flip the field position, put your offense in a pretty good spot.
Ball on the 11-yard line now, 1st and 20. Going to see a trips out to the left. We'll also have a tailback back there. Going to be a pass dropping back now. He will step up and take off. Lukowitz to get a few yards there.
He took a little bit of a shot from Tristan Waugh there, too, at the end of the run.
They almost get right back to where they started just a play ago, but that will bring it to 2nd and 13 for the Panthers. We're going to see the doubles formation here. It looks like Early's going to be to the left in shotgun formation. It's going to be a rollout to the left now. He's going to look a little long, and here comes another sack. And the Tritons are going to get him. Dylan Kane was in there that time, and I saw another guy but missed his number there.
It was 96, Deontay Bryant, actually wearing 95 today, but that's normally number 96. As I mentioned, our roster has the home numbers here, and we're in the road unis today. So
here we go now. 3 minutes ticking away on the clock. Looking at a 3rd down and 22 now.
14-0 Tritons here in the early going.
The clock is still running. Here comes a handoff now, and it's going to be a long, big-time run.
Wow.
And Early gets off to the races there. And he is going to pick up the 1st down after a 3rd and 22. Brings it to about a 35-yard run there.
Tremendous job by Early there to find the hole. The offensive line did a good job to get a push off the ball. But if you're the Triton defense, you just can't have that. You can't allow a 25, 30-yard run on 3rd down on what's really just a draw play to try to be conservative by the Ellsworth offense.
And Jerome Early, he had to do some karaoke to run sideways that time to pick up the 1st down. His Tritons were looking at him, and here's a quick pass back to Early now, and he will make a man miss, and that's going to be another gain for him. Early looking on fire early on in the 1st quarter. This will bring it to 2 minutes and 5 seconds remaining. It'll be 2nd and about a yard short now.
Let's see if the Ellsworth offense could get something going, try to stay in this game.
They're going to bring in the tailback, Trent Lane. He's more of a power guy they're going to use for him. We will also see a tight end in the formation, J.D. Check. Here's a snap, handing it off to him. The power back, he's going to make a move to try to get to the 1st down. Here we go now. 3rd and half a yard. here.
So if the Tritons creep up here and try to maybe run blitz.
It's going to be a handoff again, and looks like the Tritons are going to get him.
Handoff to Lane. He's stopped for a loss.
Looked like Tristan Wagg, Garrett Olendyke, and Dylan Kane were there on the stop. And that'll bring it to another Ellsworth 4th down. 45 seconds on the clock now. The ball will be on about the 49-yard line, and we will see a punt formation here. And the quarterback, Lukaswitz, will actually kick it up, and that's a mighty fine punt. It's going to be close to down inside the 5, but it looked like it got back in the end zone, so it'll be brought to the 20.
Goes in for a touchback.
The 25, excuse me. And 12 seconds remain now in the first quarter. 14-zip will remain the ball game score.
So the Triton offense is going to come back on the field here, and this should be the last play of the first quarter. It's been a first quarter that the Tritons couldn't have really scripted any better, I don't think, here, Hank, starting out at 14-0 and able to get stops on the defensive end and put together a long scoring drive to open the game and then hit on a big play to go up 14-0.
Yeah, you're right there. I don't believe any of this was improvised. This is all looking like script. Here we go now. Byron Jarrett with the quick pass that time to Bodie. Bodie will pick up a whole lot of yards, and he will be pushed out of bounds that time. He's going to get way more than a first down there. About 20-yard gain, and we will have 5 seconds remaining in the first quarter.
Bodie does a good job catching the ball out of the backfield. He caught that one, looked it in, and turned his body upfield, got north and south, and now we come to the end of the first quarter.
And that was just an excellence by the Iowa Central Tritons. They're looking really, really good, and there's not really a lot of flaws I've seen so far on this Triton offense, and the defense have been held up really well like they usually do between the run game. Only the draw is what kind of led to their demise as they led up a huge third down conversion. But otherwise, I'm really impressed by this Triton team.
Yeah, Triton defense has played well here. We come to the end of the first quarter, 14-0. Tritons on top of Ellsworth. Important game here today for the Tritons to break the 2-game losing streak that they're on and to be able to not only get the season sweep of Ellsworth in a 2-game series, but also move a game over 500.
Yeah, that's right. And if they get a victory here, they will be clinching a spot in post-game in a postseason game. We do not know who, of course, they'll be going up against just yet, but it'll be interesting to see in the coming weeks.
Yeah, we do know the Graphic Edge Bowl is going to be here in Dodger Stadium on May 29th, and we'll fill in the blanks as we go along.
So the Tritons will start on the Ellsworth 43-yard line, 1st and 10. Byron Jarrett to stay in. Looks like Bodie's going to be in there as well. Jace Livy also playing the blocking back position. He'll get the snap, dropping back now, and Byron will step up now, and he will throw it to Ridgway, and Ridgway maybe made the catch. It's going to be close, and the ref is going to be just off.
Just out of bounds.
And that was real close that time by Ridgway. Way to haul in the pass there and still hold on to it after the out of bounds, but it was real close there.
Yeah, we didn't have a good angle on that one either, but as far as whether he was able to get in bounds, but he did what you're supposed to do. When the quarterback rolls out to your side, you've got to do one of two things, either come back to the football or go deep. He went deep, and they came just within an eyelash of being able to hook up there.
Bodie gets the handoff now, and it's going to be an inside draw, and he's going to truck him, man, and he's going to rumble all the way to past the first down. Wow, Dylan Bodie is looking excellent early on, picking up another first down for the Tritons.
Yeah, Bodie bodying the defender there to get the first down. He's a small guy, but he runs really physically and really does finishes runs strong. You got to love that about the running back.
We're going to have an
man
offense
down.
looking like Richard Rodriguez, number 70 for the Tritons. Or no, it's going to be.
It may be Rodriguez.
Or Winters. Maybe Trey Winters. I see Rodriguez up and walking to the sideline now.
So it may be Trey Winters.
Looks like they're checking out his knee as he has been wearing a brace for the season. I hope he's okay. Look like he's going to get up to his own power and possibly walk it off here. He's got a little hobble, but I hope he's okay.
That is 78, Trey Winters, the center. So now that becomes interesting as he goes out of the game. You know, now you go to your backup center, and that can be interesting in the shotgun, especially with the exchange with the quarterback on the snap.
Yeah, the Tritons, they run a lot of shotgun formation, not a lot under center. So it looks like it's going to be number 56, Carter Smith, in at center now, backing his man up. I'm looking at a shotgun formation.
Smith, a guy that hasn't had a whole lot of reps this season in games.
Byron will keep it for himself. Read option. He's going to run for a whole lot. He's going to take a shot to the back now, but that kind of propelled him forward, taking a hit to the back there. Let's see where they place him. His helmet's going to come off as well, so Brady Pope will have to come on.
Yeah, Jarrett got the first down there. Nice zone read. Was able to read the lane there and take it himself. And you mentioned he did get hit pretty hard on the end of the run, but when you're a guy like Jarrett, 6'3", 240, you can absorb some of that contact.
So Pope will be in now, looking at a shotgun formation. We'll have Levy working around him in motion. Here we go, looking off to the right, back to pass. He's going to have to step up, and he will be tackled for loss there.
Pope is not the same threat to run the football, not the same dual threat that Jarrett is, and Jarrett comes back in after that play. 2-yard loss.
That'll be Devon Sears that made the tackle for loss that time for the Ellsworth Panthers, and that'll bring it to 2nd and 12 with 13 minutes and 30 seconds remaining on the game clock in this second quarter.
14-0 Triton lead here, looking for more.
Jarrett will be with it back in the game. It'll be play action. He's going to hand it out all the way down, and looking like it's going to be for Savion Johnson, and a flag will be called.
Incomplete there. He locked in on Johnson, was looking right, throwing right, and the defensive back never turned around to the football, and that's what's going to warrant the pass interference call.
Defense, 15-yard penalty from the previous spot, automatic first down.
Got some boos coming up from the traveling Ellsworth fans here.
That was the first target we've seen for Savion Johnson in this one.
Savion, a smaller receiver, but really speedy. What we would call, where I come from, a water bug type of receiver.
The Tritons, they'll be on the 13-yard line. 1st and 10 now in the red zone for the second time. Byron to hand it off to Body. Body is going to work his way forward for possibly just a few there. It's looking like about a 3-yard gain.
Body really gets his pad level low, shoots himself forward, is able to finish the run there.
He's got the leverage advantage as well, sticking low to the ground there, and he's going to be wide out to pass here, off to the left. And Levy will be the halfback back there. Going to have a few men in motion now.
People moving all over the place.
Holy smokes. Oh, my goodness.
Chinese fire drill before the snap.
Uh-oh. And there's the backup center that time.
What a play by Jarrett, though.
Yeah. Swan dive for that ball. He had to really jump on that one quick because that ball was super high in there.
He doesn't make that catch right there, and that ball squirts free. It may be a turnover. Maybe getting a little too cute there with the Iowa Central offense there. I mean, everybody but me and you was in motion on that play, Hank. You know, maybe keep it a little simpler here and stick with what's working.
I love the smarts by Montalto to try it out, though. There we go. That's going to be a good snap. Going to go long here for Levy. No, just a little off target that time. And that'll bring it to a 4th down with 11 minutes and 55 seconds remaining. 4th and 18 to be exact, and the field goal unit will come on.
Yeah, Swigman's going to come on to try the field goal. Let's see, it's going to be about a 36-yard attempt for Colin Swigman. Of course, Swigman, Special Teams Player of the Week in the ICAC Conference back after week number 1 of the season. They'll call it officially a 38-yard attempt.
It's going to be corralled in, and the kick is up. And I think the wind helped it out because that's going to be hit. It's going to hit right on the camera, actually.
And they missed it. He pushed it just to the right, so no good. And the wind really playing a factor on that ball while it was in the air, pushed it off to the right.
And just for a second, it looked like it went in there, but that'll be a turnover on downs. 14-0, the ball game score. 11 minutes and 52 seconds will remain in the second quarter.
That was a good drive by the Tritons, but they were unable to finish it there. And part of the issues they had was on that second down where they lost a bunch of yards on the snap over Jarrett's head.
Now let's see what the Panthers offense can kick up for the Tritons. Lukowitz in the shotgun formation. He'll be back to pass, looking off to his right there. He will target his tight end that time, and he will make the catch. J.D. Check.
Ellsworth has picked up just 2 first downs here in the first half as we go under 11 and a half minutes to go here in the second quarter. 14-0 Triton lead.
And that'll bring it to about at a 2nd and 8 now. Watch out for the draw. It's beat you once, Tritons. Let's see if it will come again. No, it's going to be a little swing pass now. They'll work it over to Early. Early will make 2 men miss, and he's going to be hit. The 5 guys had to come in there to finally bring the hammer to him there to get him down.
Yeah, E.J. Perry did put a big hit on him there at the end, but I've been pretty impressed with Early. He hasn't had a ton of help, but he's had a pretty nice first half here. He's definitely kind of the feature guy in this offense, and he's able to take that one out of the backfield and get a big first down for the Ellsworth offense.
And that'll bring it to a 3rd and short here with 10 minutes and 40 seconds remaining on the game clock.
That was the 3rd first down for the Ellsworth offense here.
That'll be an inside draw now, and he will be stopped there. Tripped up that time for Early.
Yeah, that was a good job, open field tackle there by Brian Barrier. Otherwise, that one probably bounces outside for a pretty good game.
And Ellsworth will not toy with them there. Otherwise, a turnover on downs for them would be really, really bad, bringing the Tritons back to the near red zone for them. So we will see a punt.
They're going to kick it here on 4th down. Jordan Cum going to be back to receive for the Tritons, standing at his own 35.
Here comes the punt now. It's going to be high up into the air. Cum with the catch now. He will work his way forward for another about 4 yards.
Kind of a dangerous play by Jordan Cum. It worked out for him, but a little bit of a dangerous play to not fair catch that one.
The ball will be down at about the 37-yard line. So offense will come onto the field.
See if the Tritons can put together another scoring drive here with just under 10 minutes left in the half.
Now it looks like Jaden Washington will be checked in the game. At halfback, Byron Jarrett back there as well. Hand off to Washington. He'll make a man miss, and he will be nearly off to the races.
I think you could make a case that he got horse collared to bring him down there, but no call.
Yeah, it did look close that time. That was Darion Simon with the tackle there. Byron Jarrett now looking at a 2nd and short. 9 minutes, 15 seconds remain. We'll have a man in motion, and here comes another handoff for Washington. Washington goes directly up the gut, and he will get more than a first down. So we will move the chains once again.
Smith, the backup center there, doing a nice job getting a push off the ball. Smith a lot smaller than Winters, and he's actually given up some size to the defensive tackle from Ellsworth there, but he's able to get a push off the ball and open up the hole.
Which is a plus for this Ellsworth defense because they like to condense the inside a lot, and having a starting center out going against them is not ideal. That play will be called dead as it looked like the offensive lineman jumped before the snap was made.
Yep.
Maximus McCree on the jump there. 8 minutes and 45 seconds remain, and the clock is still ticking away here. Ball will be on, looking like the 47-yard line.
Wind now whipping up, and it's working against the Tritons here.
1st and 15 here, Rob. Going to be a swing pass out to Washington. Washington gets the block he needs, and he's going to be off to the races. He's going to go way down the field, and he will be nearly in for a touchdown. Is it? Or just called short?
Short, just short tackle around the 1. He did a great job of cutting that one up on that far side between the 2 defenders, split them, and was able to get a big gain here, but he looks to be downed as Washington.
Oh, no. And man, I got real excited up there, stood up above my seat. That was about to be a 50-plus yard touchdown that time, but just called short.
It's a great play by Washington in the open field, and we hope that it's nothing serious. He got brought down kind of hard, and that's one of those where you got so much momentum that, you know, can kind of knock the breath out of you, and we're hoping that's just what it is here.
The tackle kind of was a bear hug from behind that didn't allow him to stretch the ball out farther. Otherwise, if he could have stretched the ball out, I believe he could have broke the plane and got in for a touchdown, but nope.
He's still down here on the field. Of course, we want to wish good luck to the Triton baseball team after their win yesterday. Iowa Central able to take care of business in the regional tournament in the first round yesterday against Northeast, and they're on to the second round today. And if they can win this afternoon, we'll be in the championship round tomorrow. So extend that best of luck to them as they continue to go. And it's been just a tremendous spring here as most all the fall and winter sports were moved to this spring, and has been a tremendous spring for Iowa Central Athletics. We're going to talk to Coach Kevin Twait, the athletic director here at Iowa Central, later on here in the broadcast, to get a little bit of an update there. And what a job he's done, what a job the coaches across all the athletic department have done here in the spring as Washington walks off there under his own power. So now it's going to be 1st and goal here, Hank.
Yeah, the third trip inside their own, inside the Ellsworth red zone here. It's not going to be Body in at halfback. It's going to be Alex Gully. Here comes a snap now. They will hand it off to Body. Oh, and the ball will come free.
They're going to say they broke the plane maybe, or at least he was down.
Body called down at the 1-foot line. 2nd goal.
I had that formation where we had 2 halfbacks back there between Gully and Body, and about worked out for him, but that ball was punched free, but they will call it down.
This close to the goal line, when you got a guy the size of Jared, I like to just let him call his own number here. Let him go straight up the gut, 6'3", 240 pounds. Use that size here. Let's see if they try to do that. Ellsworth fans don't like the call. They thought the ball came loose before he was ruled down there. Clock winded now on the play clock to 10 seconds.
That's right, 7 minutes, 40 seconds on the game clock. 2nd and goal.
See if they get the snap here. They do.
And the handoff to Body. Body will be in for the touchdown. And that'll be another score for this Triton squad, bringing it to 21-0. in the first half, the Tritons are looking really good so far. 7.5 minutes remain left on the clock, and that was just an easy 1-2 punch for Body there.
It was, and that caps off a 5-play drive that went 63 yards and was really set up by the Jaden Washington catch and big run after the catch to set up the touchdown.
If you were to have Jaden Washington in fantasy football, man, would you be bummed out losing the 6 points there, as Body came up and got the touchdown for him there. And the PAT attempt will be good. The PAT will be good for Swigman.
You know, Hank, I think you may be the only person in the Iowa Central Fantasy Football League that has Jaden Washington there in your fantasy football team. Because I don't know that anybody else would have thought of that here. We sit here at 21-0 now, and Triton's really taking control of this game, putting their stamp on it, so to speak here.
Yeah, really good momentum holder for the Tritons, and hopefully it won't just propel them into the second half, but for the rest of the season, you know, because we more than likely will have 2 games left after this one, and it'll be exciting to see what they'll do from here on out, Rob.
Well, speaking of which, next week we're supposed to be Arkansas Baptist on the road down in Little Rock. That game's been canceled due to COVID. New opponent, they'll be up at Upper Iowa in Fayette, Iowa, and the Tritons are going to take on ASA Miami up there next week.
Here comes the kick. The up. Ooh! Took a nice friendly bounce for the Tritons inside. If it would have went out of bounds, it would not have been very cool for the Tritons there. So
yeah, you'd lose 10 yards if it goes out of bounds, but it didn't. Swigman did a nice job still kicking against the wind, be able to angle that one the way he did. What you would call a coffin corner kick by Colin Swigman.
yeah, he faked out Jeremy Williams, the return man there. I think he thought it was going out of bounds just from the expression he had on his face.
Triton defense been pretty dominant. Let's see if they can keep that up here on this possession.
Lukowitz back, still playing quarterback for this squad, and he will hand it off there. Early on the carry, and he's going to have to use his own offensive lineman to push him forward, as it kind of was a cluster in there. That'll bring it to 2nd and long.
Maliko Kaur in there to make the stop. First man to hit him, number 5, the Western Kentucky transfer.
And we got 7 minutes to go in the first half here. It's looking like a 2nd and about 7. Got doubles on each side now in the shotgun formation. Snap will come to Lukowitz. Lukowitz back to pass. He's going to have to step up. He will gain a few yards. Won't be enough for the first down. Looking like it's just going to be a little bit of change for him. Something to say about Lukowitz here is he hasn't been able to show off a lot of his arm talent, but he's been really impressive when he's been preserving the pocket back there, looking around, feeling the pressure, and when he does feel the pressure, he sure does take off and gains a few yards, and they will call it a first down. So we're looking at 6 minutes, 15 seconds remain now. Ball on the 28. It's just going to get over the head of a defensive back for the Tritons, and a big hit that time. Pass complete to Deontay Huffman for Ellsworth. I think it went right over the head of, was it Major Williams out there?
Major Williams made the tackle. It went over the head of Deontay Nelson.
5 minutes and 50 seconds remain now on the clock. First down here at about the 50. Lukowitz going to look out to the left here. He will fire over the middle, trying to hit Huffman back to back, but he cannot make that catch there as he had some pressure in front of him. Did not want to take a big-time hit without looking at it, so that'll bring it to a 2nd and 10.
Yeah, he was unable. He kind of heard the footsteps, as you would say, and so to speak there. of the guy coming, but really should have made that catch.
It looked like it was a linebacker, Malik Adams, back there in coverage.
Yeah, it was right in between Adams and Williams.
The intimidation factor back there, as I would not want to make that catch as well out there, Rob.
Well, it's one of those where you don't know how close the guy is to you to be able to deliver the big hit.
And there goes the handoff now.
Inside handoff.
That'll be Trent Lane, a new face in this backfield we haven't seen a lot of so far, and that'll be more than enough for a first down. 5.5 minutes remain now,
Triton 37.
as they will move the chains once again, and this is probably the best drive Ellsworth has had so far.
And it's going to be very important for them to try to put some points on the board before the end of the first half here as they trail 21-0.
Ball on the 37. We'll go back to pass here. Going to be a quick pass now and a near broken tackle, but that'll be a first down on a simple slant route.
Shoestring tackle by Nelson saved that touchdown right there because there was nobody else back there. That was zero coverage in terms of where the safety was playing.
Malcolm Gilly, the one that made the catch there.
Ellsworth moving the football here. They've got some rhythm going. 8th play of the drive upcoming.
Yards after contact there. 5 minutes ticking away now. Lukowitz to hand it off now to Early. Early makes a man miss, and he will travel for about 9. Wow, is Early impressive here.
Stop.
And a timeout for the Tritons as they look a little discombobulated back there, and they just really need a new fire up for them as they look like they're losing it back there playing defense.
A little bit out of sorts and on their heels a little bit with how Ellsworth is moving the football, and this is the best the Ellsworth offense has looked all game without a doubt here. As I mentioned, you know, they want to try to get on the board. If you're going to stay in this game, you got to get on the board before the end of the first half, and they're playing with a sense of urgency as a result of that feeling here.
That's right, and I also see sparks of the passing game for Ellsworth starting to light up here. I mean, they're just kind of short, dumpy slants and swing passes, but whatever gets the job, if you're an Ellsworth Panther fan, will do it for you.
Yeah, dink and dunk it down the field if you have to, and they're able to get some of that rhythm going. And that's what's so important about the short passing game is it is a rhythm-based offense, and they're starting to get their rhythm with it here.
4 minutes, 35 seconds remain in the first half. 21-0 is the score of the game so far as Ellsworth is in their first trip to the red zone, and here comes a handoff for Early. Early
Got the first down.
jumped in the air there, and you can tell just by his motions out there, he's excited. He really wants to score for this Ellsworth team.
Yeah, I say you go back to him. He's got a lot of momentum going. He's in a little bit of a rhythm.
First and goal now. 8 yards to go to score. They're going to keep Early in the game. Looking like a power formation here, but no, they will be backed up in the shotgun just off to the right here. Handoff for Early. He's going to work his way inside, makes one miss, trying to go for a stiff arm here. And he gains about 2. They might give him 3 here. 3 minutes, 45 seconds remain on the game clock now.
Yeah, second effort from Early to keep his legs churning there. 33, Dylan Kane, the first man through for Iowa Central, and then a gang of Triton defenders there able to bring him down, but Early really churning forward there, finishing that run.
Shotgun formation. We see some doubles out there, Rob.
Spreading it out.
Quick pass here. Going to be a fade route now. Ooh. Oh, and a flag will be called after the play was over.
Yeah, they got Glass. He never turned his head there. He face guarded the receiver, and that's something that you used to could actually do in the college game, but they've changed that rule a little bit to where you have to get your head around. He never did.
And make sure you're playing the ball there. That'll be an automatic first down for the Panthers. Ball will be placed at the 2-yard line. We're going to see a sub of players. Lukowitz and Early will still be in there. They will be in the gun here. There goes a handoff for Early. Early, second effort, and he will be drugged down. That was close there.
Well, good stop there by the Triton offense, or defense, I should say. Able to bring him down short.
That'll at least put him on the 1-yard line now. 3 minutes tick away. And you know what? That's more than enough time, just thinking a little ahead of ourselves here, Rob, for the Tritons offense to score. If Ellsworth does punch it in here. Time management does play a huge role in the game of football here. We're looking at a shotgun formation, doubles off to the right. Man in motion now. Lukowitz back to pass. He will roll out. Oh, just off target that time.
Pass is incomplete.
That'll bring it to 3rd down. The Triton defense are waking up a little bit in their own red zone. That was intended for Jeremy Williams that time. And this is a big play right here, Rob.
Yeah, a huge play for the Triton defense here on 3rd and goal. Just over 2:25 here to play in the first half.
Lukowitz gets his own snap. He'll call his own number. Power quarterback play. And it looks like they're going to call it in for a touchdown.
Oh, wow.
No, short.
Just short.
Oh. And Ellsworth fans are not happy with that one. So we got a few sitting to our side.
I thought he was in, too. Knee must have hit the ground right before the goal line.
And the clock is still running here. 2 minutes, 5 seconds remaining. It's still going.
Ellsworth does have a timeout here, and they may need to use it.
10 seconds on the play clock. I believe they will use it. Lukowitz
They're
looks
going
like
to use it at 1. They're
Yep.
calling for it here at 1. And they'll get it 1:48 left here, and they'll stop the clock.
which is really smart because you don't want to give the Tritons enough time to go back and score themselves at the end of this first half here. But I'll tell you what, I've been impressed by this Ellsworth team. They've struggled inside the 5-yard line, but tell you what, they got another opportunity to get it done here. Let's see if they can.
I think what's impressive about them is, they're not rolling over at all. They're continuing to play hard and to fight with everything they have in a situation where you get down 21-0 early and it's easy to pack it in and get beat 45-7 or something like that. And they're not doing that here. They're still fighting through. And this is a big play. If they're able to get this one, that puts them still in this game. If the Tritons can get a defensive stop here, on the flip side of that, then that really is a backbreaker in my mind to Ellsworth. 1:48 left and a 21-0 Triton lead. 1:48 left in the first half.
And it's been a long drive, Rob.
It has been. 11 plays now.
1 minute, 48 seconds remaining to be exact. 4th and goal on the Triton 1. And they won't go under center. Pistol. Here we go now. And he will call his number once again. It looks like he's going to be stopped.
See what the call is. I think they stopped him short.
I think they did too.
Yep, they stop him short.
Oh.
Wow.
Tritons, way to capitalize there. You had to show up inside your 5-yard line, and the Tritons did just that.
Big stop, and I tell you what, they were able to get penetration there and stop him short. We talked about how much of a backbreaker that would be, and it certainly is. Now, if you're Iowa Central, you've got to move that ball out of the shadow of your own goal line, though, right here early.
That's right. And if you're Jerome early, I mean, you got to be pretty upset there.
That you didn't get the ball.
Yeah.
He should have got the ball. I mean, to me, he is the centerpiece of that offense. He has to get the ball in that situation.
The Ellsworth offensive players are pretty upset there coming back to the sideline. Here we go now. First play back for the Tritons, and it's going to be a pass. Oh, and Jace Levy just going to miss it there.
And that would have put them in a first down and gotten them out of the shadow of their own goal line. That's a big drop for Jace Levy.
And that was bread and butter there for the Tritons offense. Just rolled out there, had his open man, and he just started running with it before he made the catch. Here comes a flag now. It'll be 2nd and 10 with a minute and 39 seconds remaining in the first half. The Tritons have 1 timeout remaining compared to Ellsworth's 2.
I think this is going to be unsportsmanlike against the Ellsworth coaching staff. Yep. One of the assistant coaches down there, looks like the defensive coordinator, was giving the field judge official all he wanted, giving him an earful, and that was about all he was going to hear on that one. So that's a break for the Tritons here to get the first down and get out of the shadow of their own goal line.
Ellsworth is shooting themselves in the foot here, Rob.
They are. Hard to stay together in some of these situations, especially after that big momentum killer of not scoring right there at the doorstep.
Shotgun formation now. Body back there. Play action pass. Jarrett
Picked it.
There goes an interception and a pick 6. Wow. What a turn of events.
Number 10 for Ellsworth, Jonathan Forson, the freshman defensive back. He jumped the route on the slant, read it all the way, and was off to the races. And, you know, we talked about Byron Jarrett having a propensity throughout the year for turnovers, and we see it there, Hank, as he was locked in, telegraphed that one, and it's a pick 6 as a result.
Yeah, we've seen that quite a bit from Jared. He really needs to get better with limiting the turnovers, and you can't give it up there. I mean, you got 2 gimmies there. You were on the 1-yard line, and then they gave you 10 free yards, so you couldn't get sacked for a safety more than likely. You're going to throw it out right to a curl route to throw a pick 6.
I'm not sure why you call a pass play up 21-0 with the ball and Ellsworth just having the timeouts they have here with 90 seconds. I'm not sure why you don't try to take a conservative approach and run the clock.
And Ellsworth is going for 2 here. Lukowitz will hand it off to Early, and Early will get in to score 21-8.
And Jerron Early is saying, hey, I can do that. You should have gave me the ball on the last trip down here.
Yeah, Barrett just gave him the points that Ellsworth should have scored, really, with that pick 6. And now the score is 21-8 with a minute and 31 seconds remaining. The Tritons will be receiving the kickoff. And Ellsworth, they will get the ball to start the second half here.
And just when you thought Ellsworth was kind of going to have their back broken with that opportunity there where they didn't score, now they've kind of flipped the script a little bit here with that pick 6 and the 2-point conversion. .131 left here in the first half of this ball game. Ellsworth still hanging around here, Hank, trying to claw and scratch and fight their way back, and they got a big play out of Jonathan Forson there to keep them in this ball game.
The kickoff now going to be pooched off. Go out to the right now. And the Tritons will be down at about their 41-yard line, so now you got to really think about it. if you're the Tritons offensive coordinator, coaching staff, thinking about if they want to try to run down the field and score one last time, or if they want to just clock it out here to end the first half.
I think you try to clock it out, given what happened the last time you tried to throw the football. I think you clock it out and go into the halftime here with this lead and talk about what you have to do to put Ellsworth away in the third quarter. 1:29 left, and looks like Triton's going to have it on their own 41.
Byron will stay in the game. Shotgun formation, doubles out to the left and the right. Be a handoff for Body. Body's going to be backed up in the backfield, and his helmet will be ripped off. And that has to be called a face mask there, at least.
Yep. Flags coming in at the end of the play.
And that'll be 15 yards if the correct call's made.
Maybe offsetting penalties here. Could be a hold and then a face mask.
Dondre Brown is the one that tore the helmet off Body there. That'll bring it back to a first down.
It's going to 15-yard penalty, and Body's able to stay in because his helmet was removed because of the face mask call.
So now you're the Tritons, and you're on the Ellsworth side with 1 minute and 22 seconds remaining in this first half, and now it's probably more than likely they may try to go for it. We'll see, though. Looking like a shotgun formation and doubles here. Back to pass is Jarrett. Comes a simple dump off to the right. He will be drugged backwards. And we will have a minute tick away here at Dodger Stadium. They hurry to the line of scrimmage now. Not wanting to use a timeout here. Byron back to pass once again, looking short. He's going to step up. He will roll it. He'll have to put his shoulder down. 37 seconds now. And the clock is still running, and it looks like we'll have a stoppage, a timeout called. We got 37 seconds remaining in the first half here. 21-8 is the score of your ball game. We're looking at a 3rd and 1 at about the 35-yard line. The Tritons, they got a few tricks up their sleeve here. We've seen them play some trickery earlier on in the first quarter. Let's see what they'll do here.
Yeah, and that's going to be the last time out here for the Tritons, so they're going to have to manage the clock with 37 seconds left here, Hank. And also, at this point, when you've driven the field a little bit, you can be a little less conservative now at this point, kind of take that element out because you're on the other side of the field, so a turnover, in theory, doesn't hurt you as bad. So maybe that opens the playbook up a little bit here right before the half, and they'd like to put some points on the board and go in with some momentum here and answer what Ellsworth got on the pick six.
And not to say the Levy double pass call was bad because we did score a touchdown out of it, but that would have been a perfect time to do it now. Byron now with and he will keep it. They're going to roll out to the right. Byron will stay in bounds, and he will walk out of bounds, untouched.
Yep. Smart play RPO there. He saw the lane, takes it for the first down, and gets out of bounds. Smart play by Byron Jack.
That will bring it to 31 seconds remaining here. Ball on the 19-yard line, and you can take a few shots to the end zone now.
Yeah, plenty of time here if you throw the football.
Keep an eye out on Madison Ridgway out there playing wide receiver 1 out to the left here. He will look towards him. Ridgway.
Too tall for Ridgway there. Jarrett had that one sail on him a little bit because it was open on the inside slant.
So ball remain on the 19-yard line with 27 seconds remaining.
I like the idea of maybe trying to run the football on the zone read right here and just pick up a few more yards, at least get yourself in a position to set up a field goal.
Yeah, that would really throw Ellsworth off guard, I believe. Is Ellsworth, they did that against us on a 3rd and 22, so see the call here. Back to pass now, out of the shotgun. Ball is up for Levy, going to the corner of the end zone there, but Levy just not quick enough that time. No communication between him and Byron Jarrett, so that'll bring it to 3rd and 10.
And Jarrett overthrew that one a little bit too. He's had a little bit of trouble with consistency on his throws here.
And this is, oh, go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, Jarrett throws a good ball in the seam. And when he's able to throw a seam or a slant, something with a rope, you know, a line drive, but his issues come with touch throws. And that's what we've seen him trying to do here on these last couple of throws with touch here in the red zone. And that's where his, you know, he's got to develop his game a little bit in that regard.
Yeah, and, you know, if you're an Ellsworth Panther, you're like, well, this is easy. This is a 3rd and 10. We can stop them here. But really it's not, because the Tritons can either go for the first down, clock it, and then be inside about the 5-yard line, or they can take 2 shots to the end zone here. So you got to really be careful if you're the Ellsworth defensive coordinator.
You can't clock it unless you get the first down, though.
Oh, that's right.
Because it's 3rd down. So, yeah, you have to get the first down if you're going to try to clock it. If not, you take 1 shot to the end zone, and that doesn't work. You bring on the field goal unit.
And they did go for 2 not too long ago, and they got it. So if they did get a field goal, that would bring it to a 10-point game. Byron, body in the backfield, in the shotgun formation here, doubles. See it here, back to pass now. Here comes the shot.
Touchdown.
See if it's in. Yup. That was Desna Washington once again making the catch, and he is on fire today.
Yeah, he's a matchup problem for them. Tall, rangy receiver, able to go up and high point the ball there.
Yep, just a fade route got him that time. Score currently 27-8 before the PAT.
And that's a big answer for the Triton offense.
And by the end of this one, Ellsworth is going to be looking at that last drive and just be shaking their heads. The PAT is good, 28-8. 17 seconds remain in the first half here, Rob, and our Tritons look really, really good.
Yeah, and that's an 8-play drive that goes 59 yards, capped off on a 19-yard touchdown pass from Byron Jarrett to Desna Washington. Washington's 2nd touchdown catch of the ball game. And that's just in the first half here, Hank. You know, Washington may be able to have a career day here as we go forward in the second half. We'll see how that works out. That's a big answer to go back up now 3 scores instead of just 2 after Ellsworth got the pick 6 there. And 17 seconds left here. You've got to be sound in your coverage if you're the Tritons of this kick, and then you've got to be sound in your defense because you figure Ellsworth's going to be able to run a play or 2 right here.
That's right, and you know, the weather so far in this one has been pretty good, but now the wind is starting to pick up here at Dodger Stadium.
Clouds starting to move in. They're calling for some rain later on in the afternoon, so that may be something that these teams have to deal with as the game goes along.
Swigman to kick. He'll get it up. High ball there. And it's going to be hauled in by Jerome Early. He will be pushed out of bounds. That's going to be just above the 40-yard line, it looks like. I think they're going to call it at the 36. Yeah, 36-yard line, 14 seconds remain here, 28-8. Score of your game so far in this one.
In the last game and a half, the Triton opponents have scored 29 points now off turnovers. You go back to last week, what Snow was able to do, 2 defensive touchdowns, and then they had an offensive touchdown set up by a Triton turnover, and the Panthers here have scored on a turnover in the first half. Last time out of the half called by Ellsworth.
And you don't want to burn away your last time out there. As it would have been key to take a shot, maybe be able to use that timeout, but now they're going to talk it over, and you got to think what you're going to do here with no timeouts remaining in this first half, Rob.
Yeah, you've got to set that up right here. You've got to set up basically we're going to try to throw probably a deep out route somewhere down the sideline so we can get out of bounds to set up a second shot here, or possibly a field goal if you get enough here on this first one, because you're going to have about at least probably time for 2 plays, maybe 3 if you're able to get out of bounds quickly.
Shotgun formation. Jerome Early is back there, doubles here, and they will hand it off to him, and he will fumble the ball. Oh. But luckily, an offensive lineman for Ellsworth was back there scratching his butt and came away with jumping on the ball to end off the half there. Otherwise, it could have gone for a fumble 6. But, hey, tell you what, that's been a really fun first half for the Tritons. If you're an Ellsworth fan, you're probably pretty upset. Could have had a touchdown coming in for you inside the 5-yard line. Didn't go with it, but got that pick 6 to at least come away with those points that you did lose and bringing the score 28-8 here, Rob.
Yeah, in a good position here for the Tritons. They had that one mistake that cost them on the pick 6. Other than that, they dominated that first half, and so we stand at 28-8. We'll give you a recap here of the first half before we go into a break for the half. Jaden Washington scored for the Tritons on a 5-yard touchdown run to put them up 7-0. Then it was the little trickeration, Jace Levy throwing a 52-yard touchdown pass to Desna Washington to go up 14-0. Missed field goal by Colin Swigman of 38 yards. Then Dylan Body with a 1-yard touchdown run, bodying his way into the end zone, put the Tritons up 21-0. Ellsworth got on the board with their only score. That was a pick 6 by defensive back Jonathan Forzen, and they got the 2-point conversion on a run by Jerron Early, cut it to 21-8, and the Tritons put together a 59-yard drive with a 19-yard touchdown pass from Byron Jarrett to Desna Washington. Second touchdown pass of the game for Jarrett, second of Desna Washington's day as well here, and we stand at the half 28-8. Tritons in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I've been really impressed, and the just calls by head coach Jesse Montalto being a little trickery in this first half. Don't see a lot of trick plays going for him, but we got him to go early on there, Rob.
Yeah, they've been aggressive in the play calling, so you got to like that for sure. Now we'll see with a 20-point lead if they get a little bit more conservative in the second half, and I think you can do that. I think what you have to judge is when do you do that? You don't want to do that too early and take the momentum away and give Ellsworth, the opportunity to climb back in this ball game. Not out of the woodshed yet, but you're in a good position, and if you can string together, some high-octane offense here in the third quarter, put some more points on the board, then you pretty much have put this ball game away at that point.
We did see early on in a position where they were on their own 11-yard line with just a minute and a half remaining. They did attempt to drive down the field. That's what led to the pick 6. Just got a little greedy there.
Yep.
So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if they will go conservative. But as we've seen in the past, Tritons are very high fire. They like to send them out, if you will.
Yeah, for sure. And we'll take a break here in the half, come back with more, and see if the Tritons can put it away. 28-8, we stand here at the half.
We are back here watching the Iowa Central Tritons take on the Ellsworth Panthers. Score is currently 28-8. Seeing a whole lot of good offense by our Tritons in this one. I am Hank Ambrose, joined with Rob Jones. Rob, what do you take from the game so far?
Well, I think the Tritons have had kind of the first half for the most part of what they really scripted coming in. They were able to get up early. They put together a couple of early scoring drives and got a lead and was able to play with that lead throughout the first half. They did have the one issue on the pick six, but other than that, they've really dominated this game. And I take away that the Tritons have been able to put together some offensive drives here, and the defense has played great. I mean, they've given up just a handful of first downs here in the first half, so really dominated on both sides of the football.
I've been impressed by both sides' running games so far in this one. Jerome Early is absolutely dominant for this Ellsworth Panther team. He's got the 2-point conversion points for them, and he's leading them in rush yards. And, you know, we've seen a lot of really good running from the Triton side between just about everyone, between Body, Washington, who went down early in the first half. So let's see if he will return here. But otherwise, it's been just really impressive so far. Ellsworth finally put one solid drive together at the very end of the first half. Let's see if they can come into this one receiving the kickoff to maybe put another good drive together.
Yeah, they were unable to finish that drive, though, and that's what kind of matters. The Tritons were able to kind of flex their muscles defensively and make a big stop on a fourth down and goal play and get that turnover on downs, and I thought that was big for the momentum in the first half. And we'll see if the Triton defense can come out and continue to establish themselves and their will here in this game like they did in the first half.
Swigman to hold the ball up now. He's getting ready to go, and I am too. For a Triton fan, I am stoked. It's been a while since we've seen a win here at Dodger Stadium. I'm not going to jump ahead of myself too early now, but it's looking like a pretty good sign so far.
Yeah, in control of the game for sure. A whole lot of game left, not out of the woods, but certainly in a good position.
He's going to sail right over the head of Jeremy Williams, the return man that's got most of the touches out there, returning the kickoff. We do.
Sorry about that. Iowa Western, of course, is going to win the ICAC conference, but the Tritons can put themselves solidly in second place here with a win against Ellsworth and get the season sweep here of the two-game set as well.
If you get the victory here, you got 2 games left in the season, and it'd be a huge momentum shifter for this Triton squad all season long if they can. Here we go now, looking at in the shotgun, back to pass. He'll look and he'll fire and just be a little below of his target that time. That was Kevin Lukowitz back there to pass. He's been playing the quarterback position all game long. We've seen him play a little bit of a spin back role as well. He's taken off with the ball, called his own number a few times. He's been pretty impressive as well. Hasn't really been able to show off the arm talent, of course, but hey, there you go. That'll bring us to a 2nd and 10 on the 25-yard line.
He threw that last one off his back foot.
Lukowitz back to pass now. He's going to have to roll to the right, and here comes a sack. Tristan Waugh getting it done for the Iowa Central Tritons.
Dylan Kane in there getting a half sack there as Waugh was the first man through.
And he must have been a wrestler back in high school, because that looked like a double-leg takedown there against the quarterback, Lukowitz. As that'll roll us to a 3rd and long, 3rd and 18 to be exact, on the 17-yard line of the Ellsworth Panthers. 14.5 minutes tick away in this one.
They've made Lukowitz uncomfortable here throughout the game. They've done it on these last 2 plays to open the second half.
And looks like we're going to have some sprinkles coming down. Lukowitz back to pass, and he will be sacked once again in an empty formation. He was flustered after he was brought down that time by number 90, Ryan Johnson of the Tritons.
That's going to bring up a punting situation, 3 and out, and Triton defense exactly what they wanted to start, and they are getting pressure, and they're able to get pressure with just the front 3 guys rushing there, and that's big too, to not have to commit extra guys to the pass rush, and they're able to get Lukowitz down there and bring up the 4th down.
Something we don't see a lot of is Lukowitz playing quarterback and punter today, so there could be some passing play called. Flag will be thrown before the snap.
I don't think we're going to get any sort of fake trick play here because of the field position, but that is something we may see later on.
Half the distance to the goal. Remains 4.
You're going to get a motion penalty on the offense there on the punt team for Ellsworth. Back them up.
Ball on the 3. Now the guys are coming down to maybe try to block it. Oh, going to be kicked up there. Cummins back there, and it's going to roll the opposite direction Ellsworth wants it to, and it looks like the Tritons will start on the Ellsworth 34, 33-yard line. Let's see where it lands.
Position.
That's excellent. Compared to just a week ago, the Tritons have got the big hand of the stick so far in field position in this one.
They call it officially the 36, and I think that's a little bit of a bad spot, but still, that's going to be good field position to open up this first drive of the second half for Iowa Central.
Byron Jarrett back there in shotgun. Going to have a high snap there, but he will luckily bring it back down to the surface, and he's just going to have to try to get back to the line of scrimmage. We did have our starting center get out in the first half, so now Carter Smith comes in for him, and we've seen 2 not so great snaps by him here.
Yeah, and that's something that we said keep an eye on in the first half because Smith has not played a lot during the season, so that's something that has been a little bit of an issue here.
The wind is picking up big time here. Probably going to play a factor into this one. I felt a sprinkle come down, and another bad snap there. But luckily, our power back was back there to field it back down. Jace Wiedemann.
It's going to bring up a 3rd and a country mile situation now for Iowa Central, and they've got to get this worked out, these issues with snapping the ball.
And this is not really something to pay attention much to, but secretly ticking away the clock here with 12 minutes remaining in the first half now. 3rd and 18. Snap back here. Jarrett back to pass, and it looks like he's nearly going to get taken down, but he's got a lot of muscle to him, and he's going to take off for the first down and more. Wow, that's about a 20-yard run to bring it in for a first down from Byron Jarrett. Way to go, Jarrett, to avoid the sack there. Use some of that weight room experience that he's in doing all season long, and just continue to pile forward for the first down.
He's a big guy. He's a tight end playing quarterback at 6'3", 240, and he's able to use that frame to escape there and stay away from the sack.
1st and 10 now. Here comes a handoff to Wiedemann. Wiedemann takes off. He's going to have to bounce off to the left now. Wow. It was just going to be an inside draw play for him, but he bounced it outside and almost took it to the house.
Yeah, and you see some athleticism from Wiedemann there that maybe you didn't expect. Able to bounce it outside and find the hole.
Now it's going to be a 2nd and 2. Ball on the 14-yard line. Tritons in excellent position here to score once more. I really like that fade route from earlier, but the run game's working. I'd say we might try it out here. Oh. It looked like it originally was going to be a screen, like little short dump off, and then Jarrett had a little extra time in the pocket, so
there's a penalty flag here on the near side.
Ineligible downfield, it sounds like.
Yeah. Looks like one of the offensive linemen misread on that and went down the field.
Anderson was on the coverage there for Ellsworth.
71, offense, illegally downfield. 5 yards from the previous spot, replay 2nd down.
Now you can't block for longer than 3 yards, I believe, past the line of scrimmage if you're an offensive lineman, and that's the call there.
Well, on a pass play, yeah.
On a pass play.
Yeah, and usually they'll give you about 5, but anything more than that, you're going to get called for.
Jarrett to hand it off to Wiedemann. Worked once. See if it works once more. A helmet will fly off for the Ellsworth Panthers. Refs did a good job to recognize that, and the player will come off. Tui Alamavela His helmet came off there, the defensive tackle for Ellsworth. 10 minutes, 50 seconds remain now. 3rd down and 1. RPO tried handing it off, and he's going to stay with it. Oh! What was that pass?
Wow. Ball hit the ground. It was a good job of trapping it there by the receiver. But it hit the ground clearly, and that's a good call by the official.
2 guys were trying to bring Byron Jarrett down there, and he still stood up against them and got the throw off, but it did hit the ground. You're correct there. 28-8. Looking like a 4th and 1, and the Tritons are going to go for it here. Ball on the 14-yard line. Let's see it now. Hand off to Wiedemann. Wiedemann gets way much more than needed, and a touchdown for the Iowa Central Tritons, bringing the score to 34-8 early on. Way to go, Wiedemann.
Wiedemann had a strong head of steam in front of him because of good blocking in the middle. Interior offensive line opened up that hole. Last time I seen a hole that big was when Moses was going through the Red Sea, and that's what it looked like for Chase Wiedemann. He punches it in.
That was big time. And Colin Swigman, he's got a busy day today. He's been kicking a lot of PATs, kickoffs, and the whole 9 yards now. The kick is up. That'll be called good. 34-8, the score of your game. 10 minutes and 36 seconds will remain in the 3rd quarter. And wow, way to go, Tritons. We got some guys dancing on the sideline. They're hyped up. They're excited to go and really stoked to be a Triton right now.
A 5-play drive that went 36 yards, capped off by a 14-yard touchdown run by Chase Wiedemann, and now the Tritons really starting to kind of put this game away. We talked about how important the first few minutes of the second half would be for the momentum, and they've got all of it. And the Ellsworth sideline here, you can start to kind of see some issues with their body language and that kind of thing, and kind of looking demoralized. Defensive coordinator over there has been really giving some guys the business here on this last drive. Rain's starting to come down here at Dodger Stadium.
That's right. It was in the forecast, and it's finally coming down here as we approach the kickoff. And that's definitely going to play a factor into the second half here.
You know, when we got here, it was a 70-degree Chamber of Commerce sunny day. It turned into a bit of a wind fest. Now it's raining. Don't like the weather here in Iowa. Just wait 5 minutes. It'll change.
Jeremy Williams got the return there, and he'll bring it to the 28-yard line following a spin move to get him there. Now we're looking at 10.5 minutes remaining in the 3rd quarter. Kevin Lukowitz is still going to be in there playing quarterback for your Ellsworth Panthers, and he's got a lot of pressure on him. He's got the sack going against him these last few drives. He's got to play punter today, and you know, he's got a lot to do today.
Yeah, he got hit definitely several times on that last drive. And now, you know, if you're Ellsworth and you're down, these conditions don't help you because you have to throw the football, and now it's raining. You've got the wind to deal with as well. So they've got their backs against the wall here.
Back to pass now, and that's going to throw it over the head of Jerome early. And, you know, it was a miscommunication there, but I do like the call. Jerome Early, your best player in the first half. Why not feed him in the second?
Right.
It just didn't work out there.
Yeah, I think you try to get the ball to him as much as possible. He's a guy that needs touches for your offense to be successful.
2nd and 10 now on the 28-yard line. Ball's backed up, back to pass. He'll step up. Lukowitz takes off. He's going to get more than a first down needed. More than enough yards needed for the first down, I should say. Bringing it to about the 39, I believe. No, way past. That'll be towards the 44.
Yeah, he did a good job there, and that's really the first time we've seen some of his athleticism on display, able to kind of break contain there and get a first down.
Still getting the play called from the sideline. Looking like it's going to be an empty formation back there for Lukowitz. Maybe a guy will come in motion here. Nope, he's going to be empty. Going to throw it back out, and he's just going to miss early once again.
Threw that one a little too wide. That's one where you want to throw it low and outside, but you've got to give your guy a chance to be able to get it. You want to throw your man open as far as putting it where nobody else can get it, but threw it kind of too far outside and kind of behind early.
Lukowitz to stand in and empty once again. Trips off to the left here. Going to be a low snap. Going to have to fire it off quickly, and an interception now. Way to go. Oh, and he breaks a tackle, and he's going to keep running with it. That's Major Williams with it. And he may take it to the house. Going to be pushed from behind in a pick six. That's big time. Major Williams only put one hand on it because the other one's in a cast, but doesn't matter because he still hauled it in, took it from one side, the weak side, and had to maybe change the whole field to go all the way and score the touchdown there. Pick six.
44-yard pick six for Major Williams, and he's playing safety now after having to move to that position when Kingston McKinstry got hurt earlier in the season. Williams is a guy who was a University of Virginia commit, signed with them after having about 20 Division I offers coming out of high school in Florida. You see why with that play there.
And that was big time, and the PAT is good. 42-8 now with 9 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. And, you know, for a second I didn't think that the Tritons would have been able to return that back there, Rob, but then I noticed it was number 10, Major Williams, and he really took it to him. And one pick six for Ellsworth and one pick six for the Tritons now.
Yeah, and Williams was able to reverse his field and then saw they had some blockers out in front of him, a little bit of a convoy, and able to get the room he needed on the far side. And I thought maybe if somebody was going to try to tackle him, he might use the cast to lead with the cast a little bit, but he didn't have to there, and just about can warm the bus up now at 42-8 here in the first 5 minutes of the second half.
Yeah, and that ball wasn't a pretty one. It was like a duck, really just kind of threw it up, and Major Williams just had to come down with the easy money there. I mean, I say that, but at the same time, I only had really one hand to do it. So
it's pretty impressive.
Taking the kickoff for the Tritons.
The kickoff is underway. Going to go down to the Ellsworth end. It's going to be fielded off a man. He's going to have to pick it up early.
That's Williams on the return, number 4.
His helmet comes off. Geez, we've seen a lot more than usual helmets come off in this one.
You have to wonder if that's something in the structure of the helmet or what's going on here with that.
Yeah, regardless, the equipment staff, they should probably get on that
Yep.
to figure it out. 42-8 now. 9 minutes, 24 seconds remain in the third quarter, and we still got some sprinkles going.
Yeah, that bodes well for Iowa Central here because offensively they can kind of run the ball and be conservative. And it doesn't bode well at all for Ellsworth, who's going to have to throw the football to try to get back in the game.
Lukowitz to hand it off now. And his running back will be stopped just short. That was number 22, Trent Lane, to receive that handoff. That'll bring it to second down and 8. I think the refs are getting...
Lightning delay. Minimum 30 minutes here that we're going to be in a lightning delay.
That's right, and you know, for a second, I forgot there was rain because it's kind of light here. I thought it might have been my belly growling, but I did hear the lightning about announced it over the board. So, I mean, that delay, I guess it's going to let both sides rest here in this one, but it's going to be a while to get back on the field, and when they do, it's going to be pretty soaking wet out there.
Yeah.
Which is a lot of fun to play in, keep in mind, but the score is 42-8, and Ellsworth is probably going to be dreading it because they're going to have to hold on to this loss more than likely a little longer than they'd like to.
Yep, 9:12 left here in the third quarter with the lightning delay at 42-8. So we will, with that, have to really just wait that out. There's not much else we can do other than trying to wait it out here, and hopefully we can come back and get underway again here in 30 minutes. But they're going to be under a 30-minute delay here for the Lightning. And it's one of those things where you just have to do it because it's a precautionary measure, trying to keep everybody safe here. And I don't know exactly what we want to do here with the 30-minute delay. I mean, we are sitting like in metal bleachers too, and we're around a bunch of electric equipment. So we probably need to take this delay probably with them during this time and try to also get ourselves to a pretty decent sheltered area here so that we don't get electrocuted. I need to be able to go to work on Monday, so I don't need to get hit by lightning.
Well, that's right. So we'll do exactly that, Rob. We'll take a little break here, and we'll be right back with you once we resume after the delay. Alrighty, welcome back, Triton Nation, as we're ready to get underway once again. We had a stoppage of play because we had a lightning delay. Tritons are way up on top, 42-8 so far in this one. We're at 9 minutes and 12 seconds left in the third quarter, so we got a whole lot of ball game to be played, and that stoppage of time probably could have put a number on it. Currently, you are listening to Hank Ambrose and Rob Jones. Rob, what do you take away from today so far?
Well, that long lightning delay, we'll see how the teams now kind of respond to that. It's one thing, to be in the middle of a flow of a game and then to kind of go and have to sit for 30 minutes, and you kind of get stiff in that situation. So we'll see if that's something that is an issue here. It's going to be second down and 6. We're going to resume exactly where we were, 9:12 left in the third, second down and 6 with Ellsworth with the football. And we just got another 30-minute delay.
Wow.
Which I kind of thought that probably was going to happen because, remember, I told you as soon as we went off for the last one, if we have another one, they're going to extend it back for 30 minutes. And now we have another one.
And
so
we just lined up to go. I mean, I was ready to go. So what in the world?
Yeah, and you and I both. We have, over the course of college football over the last several years, we've seen this kind of thing. We see it a lot with the Florida teams and the teams in the Gulf Coast region because of hurricane season in August and September down there. I've seen games that have been delayed as much as 3, 4, 5 hours after getting started because of that. And we hope that we don't have a situation like that here because nobody wants that situation to play out here. And we're going to see how this goes. Hopefully after this 30-minute delay, we can come back and we can finish this ball game, hopefully, without any other interruptions. But we're going to be in a delay for 30 more minutes. In the old baseball days, when you would get in a rain delay, what they would do on television is they would run the show This Week in Baseball. Well, we don't have episodes of This Week in Baseball for you, so we can run it the next 30 minutes. So what we'll do is we'll shut it down again, and we'll come back here, and hopefully we're able to finish this game. We do apologize for this, but it's one of those things where it's kind of out of our hands, and certainly we're not making a call on this and can't control the weather. They say you can plan a pretty picnic, but you can't predict the weather, and that's what we have here today at this point. Again, 9:12 left in the third quarter. Tritons cruising 42-8, back in about 30 minutes after this lightning delay.
Alrighty, and we are back for the third time now, as we've had 2 lightning delays in this one at Dodger Stadium. We're watching the Iowa Central football team go up against the Ellsworth Panthers. Currently the score is 42-8. Still remaining, going to be second down and 6. Currently you are listening to Hank Ambrose, and I am joined with Rob Jones. What do you take away from the game so far, Rob?
Well, a lot of lightning delays.
That's right. We're going to start off with a handoff right away here. And it looks like it's going to be a little short there. It's going to be Jerome early that time getting the handoff. We've seen a lot of action from him in the first half, and, you know, after this lightning delay, maybe we'll see a little more from him.
Yeah, I've got an update too here, Hank. Iowa Central baseball a winner in the regional tournament today, 9-1 over Kirkwood. They advance to the championship round tomorrow.
Awesome. Now it's 3rd and short here. Going to be a handoff to Early. He's going to have to bounce his way outside if he wants it. Trying to miss a tackle. He's going to be short. It's looking like a 4th and 2. But, I mean, hey, Ellsworth is in a position where they're down so much, you'd really have to go for it. No, they're going to call a punt formation here. But in this situation, your quarterback is your punter. So don't be shocked if you see a fake here. We got some sunlight coming out now. Finally, it's been so dark over here at Dodger Stadium, but it's what we like to see now. Here comes the punt now. It's going to be up. And it's going to be caught down, and no fair catch called once again there for the return man. He's going to be down at the 50-yard line, and I'd like to just bring up for a quick moment that on our radar, it doesn't say that we have any other storms coming near us, or it's clear to be past, I'd say. I mean, it's pretty safe to say we've had a long enough awaiting to play some more football here at Dodger Stadium, and according to our radar, that we're going to be good, and we're ready to play some football, so here we go.
Well, we hope so for sure, and we look like the weather's going to clear off, and now the sun coming back out, so hopefully we'll be able to finish this thing up.
Oh, and we're going to have a way new quarterback in this one. Zach Marker, number 19. He's going to step in to play quarterback for the Tritons here. He's going to hand it off that time. He's going to be stopped right away there, right at the line of scrimmage. Couldn't make a lot up for that one, as our O-line couldn't seem to figure out what's going on out there. So we're going to call it a 2nd and 8, it looks like.
Looks like Isaac Chihota in the game at running back here for Iowa Central.
We're ticking away here to 7 minutes and 10 seconds remaining in the 3rd quarter. See what Zach Marker can do in the shotgun. Got a tight end in there playing that blocking back role. He's going to hand it off to Zakota, and he will go and he will run for quite a bit of gainage right there. It looks like it's going to be more than enough for a first down. Let's see the call here.
The big gain for first down there. The enthusiastic first down call from Steve Brown, the PA announcer here at Dodger Stadium.
Well, it's good to hear him. And way to step in if you're Isaac Kachota. And oh, it looks like we're going to have an Ellsworth player down out there, an injury timeout. We've had a lot of stoppage in the time today. We've seen some helmets flying today. Today is just one of those days where it's a long, long football game. And, you know, I mean, I love football. I hope the Ellsworth player is okay. I missed the number, but we'll report it to you right when we figure that out. It looks like he's squatting down over. Maybe it's on his ankle or so.
And it's been a long, arduous process here, and we got a lot left to go. Just 6:47 left in the 3rd quarter at this point, so a lot of football left in this one. It looks like 17 is the injured man going to come off under his own power. That's Iverson Anderson. That's an interesting name.
Yeah.
But he looks to be at least okay as far as coming off under his own power. And it's first down for the Tritons.
Going to be back there in the shotgun after the first down following. And there goes a handoff for number 23, Alex Gully. And that's going to make about midway to your first down marker. So now we're going to be looking at a 2nd and 6 here, as we're at 34 yards away to maybe score. Right now it's 6 minutes and 8 seconds left to go in the third quarter. Tritons taking their time, which they should be doing. They don't need to rush anything. They have a very, very well lead here.
Clock is their friend.
Marker back to pass. He's going to have to step up here, and it looks like he's going to trip over himself. Ooh! Got blasted.
Yeah, I would say he took a forearm, but that one was so heavy, I'll call that a 5-arm from the Ellsworth defender. Number 30 on the stop for the Panthers. That's DeAndre Brown, a defensive lineman.
5.5 minutes remaining now in this third quarter. So we're looking at a 3rd and 5 here. Here comes a handoff now. Kachota, he's going to be dragged down by the jersey there.
That was a great play. Coming off the block there, number 9, Demonic Perks with a nice play there.
That was big time, and it looks like, oh man, it looks like the offense is going to stay out there for 4th and long. 4th and 9 now. So we're looking at them at their 37-yard line on the Ellsworth side. Let's see what Zach Marker does. Maybe he's just going to try to jump them off sides here. Looks like that was the original intent. So here comes the play. 6 seconds on the play clock now. Gonna have to hike it early if you want it. There we go. Back to pass now. He'll look. And he'll fire for Savion Johnson. Savion Johnson, oh, not enough wheels to get there in time. And, I mean, Savion Johnson, he's a speedster. So that, just a little misfire that time. He would have been catching it in the end zone, but that'll be a turnover on downs.
Yeah, Johnson had a step on his man, too. He was open there. Marker just kind of overthrew that one a little bit. And, of course, the wind and his back, and that plays a factor into that, too. So turnover on downs here, and Ellsworth will take over.
Take over with 4 minutes and 34 seconds remaining now, with the ball being on the 37-yard line. As they'll continue to roll with Lukowitz. He'll hand it off now. Giving over to Early making a move. Wow. He's a toughie out there. He's hard to bring down, a muscle hamster, if you will. He's lower to the ground, and he really gets it going.
I've never heard that before. I like that.
Oh, really?
Muscle hamster. Good running back is Jerron Early. He hasn't had, a ton of success here today just because as far as team success, but he's had a nice individual game here. See if they can go back to him.
Looking like pistol now. Trips to the left. And they will go back to him. He's going to have to try to bounce it offside, and he will. He's going to gain some yards, it looks like. Let's see if it's enough.
I think he got the first down. Yeah, he's got the first down.
And that'll place him at the 49-yard line with the first down. Three minutes and 30 seconds, and we're still ticking away as Ellsworth, they seem like they maybe want to get out of here too with all the running they're doing so far. Even though trips are out to the left, it could be maybe a screen swing pass. They're going to go swing.
Oh, what a tackle by Major Williams.
Oh, and the helmet comes off once again. Like we said earlier, something's going on with their helmets today. I don't know if the players aren't strapping them up in full, which they should be doing, but their helmets are flying off. They need to figure that situation out.
It was a good read and react by Williams there to come up and make that stop. And what really was in space there, so he made a nice open field tackle.
Three minutes now. So the clock will continue to tick here. So Trent Lane is now in at running back. Back to pass, going to go for the tight end that time. J.D. Check. And there'll be a check, check down that time there.
Brought down by Malik.
You know, I was.
Were you trying to say a little check 1-2, check 1-2 to the
That's
tight
right.
end?
6 on the play. Comes up 3rd and 7.
It's looking like it's going to be 3rd and long, 3rd and 7. Be exact, ball will be at the 49-yard line. 2.5 minutes remain in the third quarter. Early's checked back in this ball game. Going to be dropping back to pass, going long here. Oh! And it just leaves the picnic basket that he tried to corral in that time. You got to use your hands there as he kind of tried to holster it there, and you got to just work on your technique there. It could have been swatted down, but I think it did hit him.
Bilal Cone was on the coverage there, and I think he was able to get a little piece of the ball and kind of change it. I think that's why the receiver couldn't bring it in here.
So we're looking at a 4th and 7 now. Lukowitz been back there all game playing the punter as well. Here he goes again. That's going to be really high up there. Bouncing back now.
Takes a Triton bounce.
And if you're an Ellsworth Panther, you're not going to be a fan of that one, as not only was it a short one, but it bounced back towards your team. So the Tritons will get the ball, and they'll be down at about the 36-yard line, 1st and 10, as Zach Marker will go straight back out there to play the quarterback position. Looks like Wiedemann has also checked in the game. We saw him score a touchdown earlier. The power back, here it goes now. Going to be a read option. He's going to keep it. Here he goes, Zach Marker. You know, what I noticed about that after the read option, Rob, is it looked like he passed the line of scrimmage already, and then he pump faked it still after he passed it, and you can't really pass it. So kind of funny maneuver, but he still picked up about 7 yards there.
Still, I think it opened up. I think he faked him out a little bit, because it's one of those things where you're on the field and reacting in time, and you're not thinking about him being past the line of scrimmage.
He'll hand it off to Wiedemann now, and Wiedemann will go. He just needs one more block, and he could be home free, and he will be dragged out of bounds. Flag on the field. The rest will talk it over. Not for sure what the indication could be here. Well, it'll back the Tritons up here. Looking at 1 minute and 27 seconds remaining at the third quarter here. It's going to be 2nd and long, as I'll replay that one.
Penalties called on 88 Jordan Comm, the freshman receiver out of Ankeny High School. He was a big part of their state championship basketball team last year, or 2020, before coming to play football here.
And his teammate Jackson Smith.
Uh-oh.
Here we go now. Wiedemann's going to have to jump on it. Right before that pre-snap, I was going to say Jackson Smith was his teammate over there in Ankeny. He's a basketball player, really good scorer for our Tritons. And that's going to really send the Tritons back there now.
Yeah, and Braxton Bayless was the point guard on that team, is now playing at Indian Hills. So a lot of talent on that Ankeny team from 2020 that won the state title. Got to see those guys in person a few times.
We're going to have a sub out. Originally, the backup center was Carter Smith, but we subbed him out for a player wearing the number 60-something.
See if we can figure that out here.
It may be Ahmad Assad. All lineman there. Here comes a swing pass now. Kichota makes a man miss. Oh, and he's stripped from behind. A fumble. And it will be recovered by Ellsworth. Let's see if the call will stand.
Recovered by Ellsworth, the Triton 48.
Wow. That was a big-time hit coming from behind Kichota. The defender made like a swim move to swat that one down. I think it was Darion Simon, the defensive back that we've seen play a little bit of safety, a little bit of nickel cornerback today, and he makes a big play to get the ball back to his Ellsworth Panther squad. As we also have a man down on the Ellsworth side.
And this is a situation where, because of the delays in the game that we've had, these guys are tight. They come back after sitting, 30 minutes. Then they sit another 30 minutes in the delays. And that can cause injury issues because at that point the fast twitch muscle fiber is starting to tighten up and that kind of thing. So with that, that's something to look for going through the second half here.
And Jonathan Forson, number 10, gets up to his own power. He is who had the pick six from earlier in the game.
The only score on the board for Ellsworth. This should be the last play of the third quarter.
Yeah, we got 9 seconds remaining here on the game clock. Ellsworth will get the ball at the 40. No, it's looking like it'll be at the 49 on the Triton side. And we're going to have a switch at quarterback as well. So in comes in Ryan Justice, number 12.
And they're going to get a delay of game here.
Ryan Justice now at quarterback.
They're shooting themselves in the foot once again. They get opportunities to capitalize and maybe make a run, but they're not doing a good job at maintaining it.
Are they going to give them a timeout? It looks like they're going to give them the timeout before the penalty call. So if that's the case, that'll negate the delay of game.
And with 9 seconds before the third quarter ends, that's really not what you want. I mean, this ball game, it looks like it could be over really because it's a 34-point game in this one, but you never know, Rob.
Well, it's one of those things where you would imagine it's pretty much academic from this point, and Ellsworth's not been able to really get a whole lot going, so you don't expect really the outcome to change. You just kind of wonder, what the margin is going to be at this point. Of course, Jesse Montalto looking for another win here today against Ellsworth. He coached there before coming here, so it's always a little extra caveat in that regard. Byron Jarrett was at Ellsworth before he transferred here.
And here comes a handoff now. It'll be halfback outside now. It looks like he may pick up a few yards, looking like a 2-yard gain there, and that'll end the third quarter. And Ellsworth not really doing anything that quarter either. They stick to the run game, which is what they've been most successful at, Rob, but I'd like to see some passing game get involved between them, but now they've set in the backups, and I think they're just trying to help get this game moving along and over with.
Yeah, probably. We go to the fourth now, 42-8. Of course, if you just joined us, we got here because the Tritons opened in the first half, scoring twice in the first quarter. 5-yard touchdown run, Jaden Washington, 52-yard touchdown pass on a trick play, Jace Levy throwing it to Desna Washington. The Tritons then scored on a Dylan Body 1-yard touchdown run and a 19-yard touchdown pass from Jarrett to Desna Washington. In the first half, Ellsworth scored on a pick six to make it 21-8. Jonathan Forston had that. And then the third quarter, two scoring drives for, or two scores for Iowa Central. One, a 14-yard touchdown run from Chase Wiedemann, and Major Williams with a 44-yard pick six. So we stand at 42-8.
And it's going to be 2nd and 8 now. Ball on the 46-yard line. And another thing I can take away from this game is everyone on the Triton side has been playing well. It's really going to be hard to pinpoint the true player of the game.
True.
This step up now, and they're going to have to throw it just low, missing the marker there for Ryan Justice.
Although it would be hard to ignore Desna Washington with the 2 touchdown catches for sure. But there are a lot of guys who've had good games here. Major Williams, a guy that you could point out. Has had a nice game. I feel like Deontay Nelson's played pretty well as well. Byron Jarrett, solid game today other than the one mistake.
And for sure, the pressure has gotten there multiple times against the Ellsworth quarterbacks between Dylan Kane, Tristan Waugh, and a whole load of other guys. Here comes the throw now. Gonna have to look for it. That might be a catch.
And it will be.
Wow. Excellent. I mean, he threw it right there like no defender was even going against him, but Tell you what, that moves the chains, and way to go, Ellsworth. Maybe they'll get something going. Maybe they can score their first offensive touchdown of the game here, as it's looking like 14 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. So we just got started here in the fourth quarter. Ball will be on the 26-yard line. 1st and 10 now. And we can smell the red zone here. Backing up, going to hand it off to Early. It's going to be about a few-yard gain, 2-yard gain. That's what I'm going to put it down as, looking like a 2nd and 8 now.
Antonio Harris with the stop. And 3 on the play, 2nd and 7, Panthers.
Still waiting for the play call here. See what Justin does in the shotgun. Looking at doubles on each side now. Justice to hand it off to Early. Early puts his shoulder down and moves forward a few yards once again. He's just a workhorse, isn't he, Rob?
Yeah, he is. He's a really good back. He reminds me a little bit, as I'm watching him, of former Miami Hurricane and NFL running back Clinton Portis, kind of a smaller version of Clinton Portis, but versatile like Clinton Portis. Could run inside, could bounce to the outside, catch the ball out of the backfield, all those things. He's been pretty impressive in a pretty difficult effort for his team overall here.
Just like you said, there he goes lining up in the slot there, trips out to the left, empty backfield for Justice, and he's going to take it himself, calling his own number, quarterback draw, and that's going to be nowhere as the Triton defense sniffed it out that time.
Yeah, it was pretty much a telegraph. You could kind of tell that's where they were going, and good job by the Tritons of holding the gaps there in the middle and bringing him down. Brings up 4th down. We'll see. Looks like they're going to keep the offense on the field and go for it.
Yeah, 13 minutes just ticked away here at Dodger Stadium. We're looking at a 4th and 2 now. It looks like it's going to be another empty backfield. See if a guy comes in motion. No. Here we go now. Back to pass. Quick pass. Out route there. And it's going to go down as a first down for
Jerron Early again.
Yeah.
And that was, I figured that they would have him touch it on that play. Like, he needs to touch it in crucial situations. And they find him, and nice route that he ran, too. You know, it's one thing to catch it out of the backfield when you're a running back. It's another thing to line up at receiver and run a route. Very versatile player here.
Now we're looking at him in the shotgun. Trips out to the weak side, as they're going to throw it over there. Ooh, it's going to be high and hit out of bounds. Jeez, Major Williams. Wow.
Yeah. Just call him Major Pain after that hit. You got a problem here, a failure to communicate. And
Wow.
Major Williams laying the wood over there.
Yeah, he's going to fill that one in the morning for sure. Looking at new sub in for Ellsworth. Trent Lane in at halfback now. As Early will get a rest, I believe. I do not see him out there. We'll have a tight end in at blocking back. That's check. Here comes a run now for Lane. Here he comes. He's going to put his shoulder down. Not going to make a much difference, though, Rob, as they're going to be about where they left off last time. That'll bring it to 3rd down.
Ryan Johnson with a big hit to bring him down at no gain there. You always like it when a defensive end can make a play on the outside. Shows his athleticism and ability to chase the play down there.
The ball will be on the 14. 11 minutes and 30 seconds will remain in the final quarter to play, presumably. 42-8 is your ball game score so far. So we're looking at a 3rd and 10.
Early's back in. Watch for him on his 3rd down.
Going to raw to the left. Going end zone. Flag thrown.
Yeah, that's an easy call. Going to go against some mod glass.
I believe we called his number for the same call earlier in this game. You really got to look out and play the ball there, not just your opponent going up against each other there. That'll be an automatic first down and a move of the chains, and that's just going to be a goal-to-go situation now.
You saw Ellsworth have a similar situation earlier where they weren't able to punch it in. Let's see if they're able to take advantage of it here.
Well, early, he's going to be sour if he doesn't get the ball here.
Yeah, I think I'd give it to him 4 times if I had to.
Which, at the same time, maybe reverse psychology, the Tritons know that it should be going to him, so we'll see. Looking like we're in the pistol now. They're going to motion out check to the left. Heavy on that side. Here we go. Early gets a lane, and he's going to dance his way into the end zone, bringing the score 42-14 currently, pre-PAT. So way to go, Ellsworth, to put together an offensive drive to finally score in this game on the offensive spectrum, of course.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the guy, I mean, you want to give the football to in that situation, and I think everybody in the stadium knew he was probably going to get it, but it really didn't matter in that situation. Nice job of bouncing it outside. He's been impressive and gets in the end zone there, which is something I know, you know, for him to play the way he has, he was probably frustrated that he hadn't until that point gotten in the end zone. So they're going to line it up and go for 2 here.
Yep, Ryan Justice and Early in the backfield now. Doubles on each side. They're going to go slant, and he's going to miss his mark as he had a lot of pressure coming against him. That was Bryant Barrier that got there that kind of shoved him to the ground there. Something that them linebackers love to do is make their quarterback eat some dirt. Some turf, I guess. I can't say dirt here in Dodger Stadium. Got turf.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Well, we got 11 minutes and 9 seconds remaining here. Score 42-14. So we're awaiting the kickoff now from the Panthers side. The Tritons will line up to receive.
And again, I do want to mention Iowa Central Baseball with a win today, 9-1 over Kirkwood. They advance to the regional championship round at the regional tournament in Cedar Rapids tomorrow. And if they're able to get that, they'll move on to districts next week.
They kick off now. Ooh.
I don't think that went 10 yards.
No.
I'm not sure that went 3 yards.
Onside kick will be down at the 38. Trying to take over first and 10.
And he just kind of, it went completely reverse of what the Panthers were trying to do. They didn't necessarily line up for an onside kick, but I like the trickery, trying to go out and do something for it. But now the Tritons are in a situation where they're on the Panther 39-yard line, and they're looking like they could make another run to score here.
Well, Ellsworth doesn't have a true kicker on the roster there, so that kind of hurts them in the special teams spectrum.
Here we go now, looking at shotgun here. Here comes the handoff. It's going to go down and going to be stopped at the line of scrimmage that time. That's Alex Gully in, playing the tailback.
Alex Gully on a carry. Brought down by
Here comes some substitutions now.
Either one of the play brings up 2nd and 9.
The Tritons will roll with it. As they're going to continue to keep going, not going to waste a lot of time. They want to score again. Marker steps up. Wow.
Nice move there. Shifty footwork from Zach Marker.
It's a lot of speed training that he's got done over the course of the season, postseason, and preseason to get them moves to work.
He keeps running like that. He may take over the quarterback spot and be permanent marker.
Oh, wow.
Yes, I couldn't resist. I could not resist.
Well, 10 minutes now just ticked away here. A marker will hand it off to Gully.
I think Gully got the first down.
And a flag thrown after the play was over. Maybe some unsportsmanlike. Let's see what's the call here. It was a bit late, so it could be called during the play. Really don't know here. Did you see anything certain down there, Rob?
I did not. kind of in the pile where they threw it, so it's kind of hard to see what was going on.
Looking at 9 minutes, 52 seconds remaining. Zach Marker's going to go over and talk to Coach Montalto.
And I think Coach is just going to tell him here, manage everything. Clock's on our side. Don't turn the football over. Make the simple read. Make sure you get
For
the
illegal low block, there is no illegal low block. It was not back towards the original position, and it was 10-2.
Okay, so they're going to pick up the flag on the what they said was an illegal block originally, but they picked the flag up and wave it off, so it's a Triton first down.
Yeah, you're right there because Marker, he was really not taking his time. He was ready to play some football. He was hiking it way early of the play clock. Now it's ticking down to under 10 seconds where you should be aiming for, but before then it was around 20. You're going to throw it out now. He's going to hit his man there. That's going to be number 12, Jalen Harris, to corral that pass. Marker put it on the zip that time. And that'll bring it to about a 2nd and 4 now on the 18-yard line for the Ellsworth Panthers.
It's a pretty nice throw there from Marker. Impressive throw.
Marker's going to roll out to the right now. RPO, he's going to throw. He's going to have to just throw it down that time. He aimed for Savion Johnson there, but it wasn't really close to him.
Yeah, he was under duress there and had to get rid of it. Good job of pursuit by the Ellsworth defensive line there.
So now we'll be looking at a 3rd and 4. And these third downs for these backup quarterbacks are huge to prove their status at where they are at in the depth chart. Got Marker and goalie in the backfield. Shotgun formation, man in motion. He's going to stay in the pocket. He's going to pass now. He's going to get it down. Flag will be thrown there. Marker threw it over to Cal Wiedemann that time.
We'll see what the penalty is going to be here. Is for 8:50 to play in the ball game, and barring a comeback of biblical
Flag was for
proportions,
pass interference, but the pass was completed behind the line of scrimmage. There is no flag on the play.
There's no flag on the play. Well, how about this? How about we concentrate on not throwing the flag on a play where there's not, because we've done that twice now. And all that does is keep the game, at a grinding halt and make the game extended at that point.
Yeah, twice this drive now. They've had a stoppage of time just to review a bad call maybe from the officials. But here we go now. As time is now resuming as we're taking away 8 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in this final quarter to play, and the Tritons are in the red zone once again. Hands it off to goalie. Goalie makes a man miss with a halfback counter drawn up for him.
And I've got to give a shout out to Steve Brown, Brownie, the PA announcer here. Despite the delays, he has not lost a bit of enthusiasm in throughout this entire game. So shout out to Brownie here. And he makes a mistake just as soon as I brag on him. That's the way things work. Let's see if the Tritons can punch it in here.
Yeah, Brownie's, he's an old radio guy, though, so he's got a lot of enthusiasm. Here we go now with goalie. Goalie's going to fight his way forward. Tritons calling touchdown. Let's see what it's called.
It's gonna be
maybe short.
Just short.
The O-line wanted a touchdown. Calling excitement for the 1st and goal despite the lead being 42-14 in the fourth
like
quarter.
a 5-hour game and a 30-point game, and he's still just as excited as he was when we got here today.
Absolutely. Oh, and look at this formation here. Wow. What in the world?
Well, usually when you see something like that, you'll see it all set to one side, and it'll be like a swinging gate formation. That, I don't even know what you call it when it's both sides like that. that'll be one that I'll have to go to the drawing board on because I don't think I've ever seen it like that. You do see the swinging gate formation with the 2-point conversions tries. You see that mostly at the high school level, but that was a little different look here. Tritons have the big lead, so they're trying to kind of work some different things in and work on some different types of looks here, and that's why you see that at this point.
Yeah, which is cool to be a Triton fan to witness that. I mean, they did call a timeout, so maybe we won't see it play into a factor here, but hey.
Let's see if they come out in it again here on the second down. I've got to feel like it's a little bit of a trick formation to spread the box out so that they can try to run it here.
7 minutes, 33 seconds remain now. Second and goal here. Marker comes out there.
Okay, traditional formation now.
Still haven't seen a play under center. So we're looking at a shotgun formation. I see Wiedemann's out there. No, play action. He's going to roll out.
Nobody there.
You know what happened there, Rob, is they actually put Malik Adams into the game to roll out there. He plays. He was playing tight end out there, number 17 out there, our linebacker. We see him all the time in coverage and applying pressure to the opposing team's quarterback, and he wanted a touchdown himself.
Yeah, it was a power set there, 2 tight ends in there, Malik Adams in there, and they were trying to get it to him, but nothing doing. So now that's going to bring up third down.
They'll stay in the shotgun with Gully. Gully gets the handoff, and he will get in there for his first score of the day. Way to go, Alex Gully. That'll bring it to 48-14 currently before the PAT. Swigman will go out there to kick it. Presumably. I don't see why you would fake it here. The kick. It's up. It's going to be good. Way to go. 49-14 now for the Tritons. 6 of those scores have came from the offense, and 1 came from Major Williams. And it's just been a high-scoring game for this Triton team. You could have predicted it, as the Tritons did the same thing against Ellsworth earlier in the year, and it's good to see that Lightning will strike twice here going up against them in this game.
Yeah, it's a 62-yard touchdown drive capped off by an Alex Gully 1-yard touchdown run. Extends the lead here. Of course, remember next week, Tritons are not playing at Arkansas Baptist. That game has been canceled. They have a replacement opponent. They'll play at Upper Iowa and take on ASA Miami as the replacement opponent there. And then in 2 weeks right here, Dodger Stadium, 29th, the Graphic Edge Bowl. So that's what's going on with Triton football the rest of the way here. And a win today would make them 4-3, so a chance to win out here and get some momentum to close the season.
The kick will be up now, and the return man will get it, and he will go with it.
He may take it all the way.
Wow.
Oh.
He's got a lot of wheels to him. That was Jeremy Williams once again returning. We've seen him return it all game long, and now he's going to get him down to the Triton 35-yard line.
26, Akil Muhammad made the tackle that probably saved a touchdown on that return.
Got him by the shoestring.
Ball's placed right at Triton 40-yard line, 1st and 10, Ellsworth.
Justice to remain the quarterback out there for the Panthers. The ball will actually be placed at the 41 on the Triton side. Justice now back to pass, and he will throw it. Oh, beautiful placement that time, but just a little too far out of reach there for
Malik
84.
Okor.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry, Malik Okor was on the coverage there and really had a chance at probably picking that one off had it not been too tall for the receiver.
Deonta Huffman, the receiver. 7 minutes, 16 seconds remain here. 2nd and 10. Ball on the 40-yard line. And Ellsworth is not ready to go home. Luckily for them, they don't have too far of a drive back from where they're at in Isle Falls. Here comes a handoff now. That was to Lane. He's going to take a shot and be sandwiched between some Iowa Central defenders there, bringing it up to about a 3-yard gain there. 3rd and 7. Now, ball placed at about the 37-yard line.
And more importantly than that, we go under 7 minutes to play in the ball game here.
Need a 3 brings up 3rd and 7.
Now a power back will come in, Cade Flaw, and he may be used just a block here, unless they want to give him some running reps here. Let's see. And it'll be a halfback draw. Wow.
Ooh.
Gee.
He's a physical runner. I like that. Lowered the shoulder. That's a second effort. 1st down.
And that was old school. He took it to him that time, bringing it in for an Ellsworth 1st down. So now we're looking at the 28-yard line on the Triton side. Maybe Flaw's got some magic in his pocket. I'd say hand it off to him again. Looking at the pistol. Here we go now. Back to pass after the play action. The throw now. Oh! Intended that time for Jeremy Williams.
And the flag on the play over there. I think they're going to say pass interference, defensive holding on that far side, I think. That might explain why the pass was overthrown the way it was.
That might go against Kenny Edwards.
Pass interference, defense number 29.
Nope.
15-yard penalty, automatic 1st down.
In their away uniforms today, I don't have number 29 listed on here. Otherwise, in the home uniforms, Devon Richards is the usual number 29.
It's got Christian Hill, defensive back. And that probably is who that is.
Justice now to hand it off to Flaw. Flaw! Don't let him fool you. He's light on his feet as well. So he made a juke move and picked up a few yards there. That'll bring it to a 2nd and 5. Not yet end goal. They can still pick up a 1st down and be down at the 1-yard line there.
It'd be interesting to see Ellsworth has one more game, and that's Iowa Western next week. It'd be interesting to see if they use Flaw more going forward after he's been pretty impressive on his touches here.
5.5 minutes to tick away now, and he's going to be pulled into the near end zone. Looking like he'll at least pick up the 1st down. Yep, looking like a 1st and goal now.
Because that could be a really interesting 1-2 punch with him as the power back, and then Jaden Early, number 7, as kind of the feature back and the every down back, and he's back in the game.
Yeah, speaking of, Rob.
I think they sent him in here. They're going to give him another touch and try to maybe let him score. Actually, they're going to use him as a lead block here for Flaw.
Flaw. He stopped moving his feet there. He's not going to get in. He's going to be short just barely. 2nd and goal, but realistically 2nd and just about a foot. With 4.5 minutes taken away left in this 4th quarter. Ellsworth be sure to want to score here. Justice taking his time to get the read from his coach.
We saw the Triton defense force a goal line stand earlier in the ball game.
Gonna hand it off to Flaw again. Halfback draw, and he's gonna lean in there. I mean, all he had to do that time, Rob, was get to the line of scrimmage and really fall forward.
Yep.
He just used his bigger body to get in there, and he will score the touchdown, bringing the score 49-20 now. And it looks like they're going to go for two, as they've gone for two each of the other times they've scored touchdown.
Yeah, they don't, like I mentioned earlier, they don't really have a true kicker on the roster right now, so they're going to go for two.
And I see three halfbacks in there currently. Trenton Lane, Jerome Early, and of course Flaw. Looking like maybe a timeout was called. Yep.
And they're getting their kickoff coverage unit together here, too, to talk about most likely trying the onside kick on the ensuing kickoff here.
Yeah, they might want to switch out the kickoff kicker there, as last time they didn't fare too well with their guy in just a moment ago now.
Yeah, they're using, as I mentioned, they don't really have a kicker on the roster, so they're having to use, position players, and they're using Papa Yaboa, number 35, as their kicker, who's really a defensive lineman. So with that element, reminds you more of a high school game than the college game. We see that quite a bit at the high school level. I remember seeing a 300-pound lineman kick the football. That's always fun to watch at the high school level.
That's right. $49-20 before the play snap. Let's see what happens here. Three halfbacks in. The handoff now to Lane. He's going to bounce it off outside, and the Tritons are going to swarm him that time. They sniffed that one out.
Nowhere to go for the running back Lane there. Good job of pursuit by 24 by Lyle Cone.
Fans, for your information, Iowa Central's opponent for the graphic edge bowl will be New Mexico Military Institute. They have a 5-3 record and currently are ranked 10th nationally. Once again, that game will be here in 2 weeks on the 29th. Noon kickoff. Gates open at 10 and $10 admission.
We were silent there as we were getting a word from Steve Brown. Brownie telling us that New Mexico Military will come to town on the 29th in 2 weeks for the Graphic Edge Bowl, as Iowa Central will host them right here, a noon kickoff on the 29th in the Graphic Edge Bowl. Ranked opponent coming to town like we see on a normal basis, 5-3 New Mexico Military.
Well, awesome. Now, that's a reason to be excited for Brownie. Maybe he got in the news earlier, and that's why he was so excited.
I'm surprised.
Oh, wow. Tristan Waugh getting it done, getting past the 50-yard line.
Well, they call that on Madden truck stick. That's exactly what he did. And there's some all kind of laundry coming out here.
Well, they don't like to see a defensive lineman run that well against their kickoff unit. So I'd be pretty torqued as well.
Well, and you've got it's a deal where the game's pretty much in hand. You've got guys who, a lot of these guys know each other from being in state, playing in high school and that kind of thing. And when that happens, there's always a lot of talking that goes with it. So we'll see what they get on to sort it out here. You talked about Brownie being excited. I'm surprised he didn't hit us with a New Mexico Military.
Yeah.
Foul. Unsportsmanlike conduct. Number 42, Ellsworth. 15-yard penalty will be enforced. That is number 42's first unsportsmanlike foul of the game. First down.
And just like you said, you talk about extracurricular, and that's exactly what was called that time for the Ellsworth kickoff team. And we're going to see some yards gained once again by the Tritons. They already passed the 50-yard line, so I could only be licking my chops here, being a Triton fan myself, to see how close we are to the end zone already. It's looking like it's going to be at, is that the 30, a little above the 30-yard line there.
Unsportsmanlike goes against Elijah Holmes, number 42 for Ellsworth. He's a freshman linebacker.
Got Zach Marker and Wiedemann back there. Man in motion. And here comes a handoff now. Anik McKenzie making it done. Wow, he was just subbing the game. We usually see him on the special teams unit, but here we go. The guy's in motion, and he's making the most of his opportunity here.
He's a big-time speedster there, and they're trying to get him to the outside. Pick up a 9.
2nd and 1 now. Ball on the 22-yard line. See what Marker can do again. Marker to hand it off now. That was Kichota, I believe.
Isaac Chichora on the carry. That will be a Triton first down.
Another Triton first down.
First down.
As we'll go into 3 minutes to play in the ball game here with this play.
And they're going to be just outside the 10-yard line, so they have an opportunity to get another first down. Oh! But they're not going to think twice about it, going for the end zone to Madison Ridgways. He cannot hold on to it.
I thought he was going to make that catch over the head of the defender there. That was a well-defended play by Ellsworth, and Ridgway's athletic ability almost made a play out of nothing there.
And that would have been awkward. He would have had to pick his own guy up and carry him to the end zone. That was Nick Brion on the coverage there. He's got about a head and a half height advantage over him. There we go now. The handoff to Wiedemann. Wiedemann wide open into the end zone. Wiedemann. The 7th offensive scoring touchdown for the Triton team. Like we said earlier, 1 was scored defensively, and that'll bring the score to 55-20.
And that's the second touchdown run of the game for Chase Wiedemann. And how about this for coincidence? They both were 14 yards.
Wow. Lucky number. We're going to have someone else kicking the PAT, looking like 92, Cale Sultan from Spencer, Iowa. The sophomore for us.
Of course, if you're local, you know Spencer, Iowa now in the district with Fort Dodge Senior High now at the 4A level. There'll be a timeout on the field. Getting all the timeouts in a 30-point game here that's been delayed. We've seen kind of a little bit of everything, Hank, at this point.
That's right. We've had 2 lightning delays. We've had an hour to sit around to see the Tritons come back out there, and it's been fun to watch. So I am happy we resumed play here. Get to see some of the bench players getting a little work in.
Yeah, always good to get guys reps. You know, those guys work hard in practice. Reward them when you can.
Sultan's kick is no good. And that'll bring it 55-20 with 2 minutes and 49 seconds remaining in the 4th quarter. And really, we wouldn't mention it if we didn't have to, but the Tritons do have 2 timeouts remaining, and Ellsworth, they got 0. So maybe with the ball coming back to Ellsworth, they won't be spending them.
Yeah, and I hope Iowa Central doesn't use theirs either in this situation. Not a whole lot of reason to.
Upper Iowa University in Fayette, Iowa, for 1 o'clock kickoff against ASA Miami. That'll be the regular season finale for the Tritons.
And not for sure if you can hear Brownie, but like he's saying, just next week we're going to be in Fayette, Iowa.
Fayette, Iowa.
Oh, gotcha. Fayette.
I think so. I think.
Fayette. Like, gotcha. Not like Louisiana, but it'll be.
No, that's actually Lafayette, Louisiana.
Gotcha. I'm a Midwest guy. I'm sorry, Rob.
It's all good.
I don't mean to offend you there.
I'll teach you geography based on the places I've been in my career. Some people are saying they wished I'd go somewhere else now.
And it looks like it's. Wow, Jerron early. He's going to stay up. He really doesn't want to go down. And we got some extracurricular at the 50-yard line, but that'll be stopped between the referees.
That's a good job by the officials getting involved in that before it got worse.
55-20 your score now. 2 minutes and 39 seconds remaining. as it looks like Ellsworth will get the ball at the near 50-yard line.
Ball's down at the 34-yard line, where it'll be 1st and 10 for Ellsworth.
Ellsworth, that's their own 34 to start.
Looking at Justice now. He gets the snap and looks like he's going to hand it off this time for Lane. He'll make his way forward. He's going to get close to a first down. Wow, we got some hard runners today, man.
Yeah, and these guys are still running hard even in a situation where the game's in hand, one way or the other, too. So you got to give them a lot of credit for that.
8 on the play, 2nd and 2, Ellsworth.
Second and short now. Ball on the 42-yard line. As we're getting close to being just under 2 minutes here in the fourth quarter. They're going to keep Ryan Justice out there at quarterback. They'll hand it out there. And it looks like he's going to be stopped at the line of scrimmage. And a herd of Tritons got there to stop Lane. It's going to be close. The clock will resume. It looks like they will give him the first down. The clock's still going, along with the play clock here. Looking like a shotgun formation. Tight end is involved here in this formation. Here comes a handoff to Lane now. Lane working his way forward once again, looking like it could be a 5-yard gain. We're close to it.
With the tackle against the Tritons. 1 minute.
1 minute left here as they're just clocking it out, milking it away.
Again, Graphic Edge Bowl right here in 2 weeks. Triton's going to host 10th ranked New Mexico Military in that one.
Shotgun formation. Going to have to snap it one last time, more than likely. He'll be tackled in bounds. Here comes a fumble now, and it's going to be picked up there by number 24, by Lyle Coney. Coney gets in for the touchdown. We'll have 2 defensive touchdowns now. A way to end off the game today. That'll bring the score 61-20. Wow.
It's a 52-yard return on the touchdown on that fumble recovery by Bilal Coney. Coney got that one, Hank Ambrose, and he was on an island. Coney Island.
Coney
for the
Island.
touchdown.
There you go. And Sultan will get another opportunity for the PAT.
30 seconds left here in the ball game.
And the second string kicker puts it right through the middle there, bringing it 62-20 now with 29 seconds remaining, awaiting the kickoff.
Titans 62, Panthers 20.
Wow.
And I would imagine here that Ellsworth is just going to, after they get the kickoff here, they're just going to keep it on the ground and run the clock out here.
They're still waiting to line up here. Ellsworth doesn't want to go home on a bad note, see if they got something else up their sleeve. But they look pretty defeated just to drive a go, Rob.
Yeah, and it's interesting they still have Jerron Early here on the kick return. He's a guy that I really wouldn't want to risk injury to by putting him out here in this situation. But that's interesting that they have him there. He's going to kind of play the middle on the return.
They'll get it down. Oh, and he's going to hit him outside, Jeremy Williams, and he's going to be picked up. Ooh! He got tabletopped out there.
Yeah, he did.
31-yard line, first and 10, Ellsworth.
That was ended up being kind of a suplex. The defender, the coverage man picked him up there, and another guy kind of ran in and hit him, and that's what caused the hard bump.
The origin from that would be from the WWF and tag team wrestling, really.
It's a belly-to-back suplex. You're right. It's funny that you mentioned that. When I first came here, I did not know that high school wrestling is as big as it is here. And,
That's right.
So I show up my first day with the radio stations here, and they asked me, you know, anything about wrestling? I was like, yeah, man, like Four Horsemen, Dusty Rhodes, Ric Flair, like what you want to know. They weren't talking about that kind of wrestling, but that move was that kind of wrestling.
Trent Lane on a carry.
And that'll run out the clock more than likely as we're taken away with 12 seconds now. 62-20 going to be your final score.
Down at the 36.
Tritons really come up on top here at their home field in Dodger Stadium. It was a lot of fun to watch them be so dominant in this game. It's been a few weeks since we've seen a Triton victory, and a Triton victory at home even. So it's really good to come off of a loss from Snow, kind of a heartbreaker after they played so well in the first half. And now we watch them take Ellsworth 62-20 in this one. And, man, there's just been so many great players, great plays made today from the Iowa Central side. It's really hard to pinpoint probably the player of the game from the Triton side, of course. I really liked watching Wiedemann play. We've had some great wide receivers in this one. You got anyone else?
Washington was really good with two touchdown catches. I thought Byron Jarrett was pretty solid, and then you got a lot of guys on defense. Major Williams, Bilal Coney, Tristan Waugh played well. You know, a lot of guys that you really could shout out that had a good game here today.
Yeah, along with, I mean, even our running backs. I mean, gets down to Body and Jaden Washington, like to shout him out as well. And a big shout out to a big shout out there to Marker, who came in and he just ran the script and he did exactly how he needed to do and got it done formally. I mean, he didn't need to be the big playmaker guy. He just needed to run the script and play well for this Triton team, and he did just that, and he put even more points up for the board for the Tritons.
Yeah, just kind of manage everything going on, which is what he was able to do there, and that's all you ask a guy like that to do in that situation. So he did exactly what his job was to do.
Yeah, I was a big fan. I mean, he even went above and beyond, in my opinion. He was more than a game manager today. He let the offense run through itself, and this is just an overall great win for the Tritons.
Yeah, it is, and it stamps that two-game losing streak, and it also gives you the season sweep of the 2 games against an ICAC opponent in Ellsworth. And it also, what it does is it gives you an advantage in recruiting, because if Ellsworth is recruiting a player that you're recruiting, you know, you can go in and say, well, why would you want to go there? We beat them twice, you know. So there's that. And there's also the extra caveat, Jesse Montalto being a former Ellsworth coach and now here and hasn't lost to them since he's been here. So you got a lot of positives to take out of this as you move forward. ASA Miami next week, Upper Iowa University in Fayette, Iowa, is they're the replacement opponent. So that, and then you got another game after that, 2 weeks right here, Graphic Edge Bowl, New Mexico Military coming to town. So now some momentum for the Tritons, and where they can finish now as they move to 4-3, can finish the season 6-3 if they win out over the next 2 weeks.
That's right, Rob. And before we wrap it up here, I'd like to thank the TV radio production crew from Iowa Central. Got Landon and Isaiah. They were running camera today, doing an excellent job. We got Rusty in the trailer doing a whole lot. And I'm really stoked that you got to come in and to help out, Rob. So thank you for coming in and being a part of a longer day within a shorter game for the day, Rob.
Yeah, well, you're lucky I like you, because I was going to leave, but no, I'm just playing. It's always a pleasure to be here. It's, just an awesome time and opportunity, and glad to be here. Makes me feel young hanging out with you guys here over here at the college. So I do appreciate the invite here, and and we'll see how it plays out. We'll be back here at Dodger Stadium 2 weeks from now, and I know you'll be on the road next week for the game up at Fayette there at Upper Iowa. I'm on the fence about whether I'm going to make. When you get my age, Hank Ambrose, anywhere outside, do I have to drive out of town anywhere? Like, do I have to go more than 10 minutes from my house? You start 50-50 on that when you get to that point. Many miles is I put on the road over the course of the last 15 years in this business. So I'm 50-50 on that. We're going to see about that, but I know you'll be there, and I know you'll be holding it down without a doubt.
Otherwise, we'd like to thank everyone that's tuned into Triton Nation today. It's been a longer day, so thank you for sticking out with us. I've been Hank Ambrose, joined with Rob Jones, and we'll be signing out from Triton Nation.